Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Why is my camera still fucked up? Something is weird with it. The focus right here. Maybe my lighting. How's it going, everybody? We are playing more of the Grand Campaign in Stellaris. We left off last time in the middle of a war with the Purifiers that we met surprisingly late, despite them literally being on our border pretty early on. That would be the Marionan Chosen, who we are fighting a war with, and again, any war with a Purifier is winner takes all. So any systems we take are ours, any systems they take are theirs. We declared the war after those who remember, the Cabrithians, who we were actually at war with previously, declared a war on them. So it's been a bit of a race over who can take the most territory off of these folks, but we have managed to cut them off, and we will be taking the core wards of the Chosen, putting us in an even better position. Now, this is around, I think, a little over a decade after the end of the War of Those Who Remember, which is the originally kind of a friendly star nation to our own, the Cabrithians, Ultra Cabrithians, who declared war on a bunch of their neighbors. They took land from the Twack Star and then subjugated them, and then they declared a war on the Arcitrex, who we intervened essentially to save as well as stop their expansion. We have also now formed a federation, which is the United Nations of Space, which has 3 members. It's the United Nations of Earth, the Arcitrex High Sovereignty, and the State of Gavazul. So Gavazul down here are good, they are birds. There's a human in charge right now, and then the Arcitrex as well. So we're in a really good position here. We've got to fix the economy. It's not in the best state, generally speaking, but we have a lot of planets. We have a lot of resources. We have very big fleets, and we're generally just very quite strong. We're also finally having the psionic awakening as well. So a lot of our people are beginning to get psionic powers. We're pretty late to the game, though. A lot of the galaxy is either embracing full cybernetics, implants and all that good stuff, or going psionic as well. So it's not like we're the first. We've known about this for a while. Am I winning, Hamu? You know, I like to think so. Walrus, I like to think so. But in Stellaris, it's always a little questionable, isn't it? We'll see. Hope y'all are doing well. Hope everyone had a good week. I had a very good week. I didn't work too much. I worked a couple days, and then I was working on editing, getting out those videos, and I've been working out a lot at the gym again, which is really nice. I get this habit of like stopping working out for like a little period, and like I'll just not go, and I'm like, oh, I don't need to go. And then as soon as I start doing it consistently again, I'm like, why the fuck did I stop? But it's been a good week. Hope it's the same for you guys. Okay, so generally I want to have a little look at the economy. We still are in the Antonia Mendez presidency. It's her 3rd term as well. She's been around for a while. She came into office at the middle to end of the War of Those Who Remember, and has been very popular. I mean, she's immortal. She was the one who touched that time stone or whatever it was, time crystal. Genius, expertise in statecraft, tier 5 scientist, and field manipulation expertise. 94, she's very competent, extremely competent. Very charismatic too. Let me find her, where is it? Her foci or whatever it's called. At 91 inspire, 80 affairs, 60 charisma, we'll up that. So anyway, very competent leader we have. For that. Let's skip this song too. Not my favorite. Anyways. Since the Arcitrex are in the Federation, you should have high intel on them. Thus, you should be able to see the pops on their worlds. Let's see if we can. Yeah, we can. I guess that's their Naval Command Center. Jesus. Look at their Minister of State. He's a tier 6 official with, oh my God. No shortage of competent leadership for the Arcitrex. Jesus Christ. They're pretty strong. If you recall, we can see our members' stats. We stack up pretty high. We have the highest tech, but not by much. The Arcitrex are pretty close. We have a bigger fleet. And our economy is bigger, but not by much. They are very strong for what they are, all things considered. To be fair, we were in that war for quite a while and haven't had time to really balance and work on stuff. This is annoying me. Why is my lighting so fucked up right now? Let me try something. Let me do that. It's a bit better. No idea. All right. Let's get it going here. Number one priority is we have to fix our energy deficit right now. We are consuming so much because of a lot of things, really. A lot of our economy is dependent on trade now as well with other empires, which we've had deals for. So we need to get a little bit more autonomous. It's kind of like when Earth itself in our own life went into like the global era of trade. We're becoming dependent on trade with other galactic civilizations, which we should. It's a good thing. But there's always a bit to a little bit of autonomy. Not entirely. We don't need to go full, what's it called, autarky, right? We shouldn't be doing that, but a little bit more of a base of energy here is kind of key. If we have anywhere we can even do it, though. Not a lot of options here. We've got those new worlds, but it will take time for us to really get them going. It's a bigger issue than I thought it would be. I know we did make a world explicitly for energy generation, but it'll be a little while before we get it up and running. If we had our ships in like in a star base, it would reduce their upkeep, but we're in a war, so we can't do that. Maybe trying to sign some more commercial packs. Let's see about that. That could bring in a lot of energy income. Johnny requested a poll. What was the poll? I missed it. Genetic Clothing Rights Act in exchange for mass regulation. Nope, it is banned in the Constitution. I'm not gonna let you guys fuck around with that. I wanted that to be like a big component of the UNE. I'll refund your points. Would be no cloning, because I think it's kind of interesting that way. And it creates a lot of complicated roleplay stuff I don't want to deal with. So that was in like the UNE's original charter, which was outlawing cloning. So yeah, I'd make a Supreme Court issue, and I don't mean to be rude, folks, but I know y'all will vote Mimi way sometimes, and I want a bit of realism here, and I don't think it would get agreed on by the Supreme Court of the UNE. So I'm going to executive overrule that. But your points are back. Okay, commercial packs. Who do we have them? We have them with the Arcitrex. Who really likes us? Gavazul, I know we have it with them. Do we not? Oh, we do. Terran manufacturing, we do. Vermilia? No, why do they not want one? Distance, cordial attitude, opinion. Let's send more ambassadors to Vermilia. And then we'll offer them a gift as well of some sort. Rare crystals will probably go pretty well with them. Yeah. Let's see if we get a trade deal off of them. It'd be pretty valuable. The Avia are very, very poor, if I'm being honest. But the Preservers, they're very isolationist, but nah, not interested. Yeah, everyone else is just kind of too far away. Establish a embassy with the Senatus Genius Locus. All right, we'll try and get on better terms with Vermilia and try and get a commercial agreement with them, but that will not solve our problem, will it? Maybe a government program? We have one for energy credits here. Let's see. Doesn't look like it, unfortunately. That being said, let's go on a machine output so we get more jobs that can help us with this issue. We're on a trade policy. We're already on wealth creation. Okay. Man, we're kind of not in a great position here. All right, we'll just keep it going forward. I'm gonna sell more artifacts. We'll try that to start off with. We'll see how this goes. That's a big deficit to have right now, though. We should send a diplomat to the big farmer to increase our relations. I believe it's already very high, Dolphin, but let me look. Yeah, they're friendly, but we have an extra one, so why not? We'll send a Shatarian to the Shatarians. Decker Olderman for an admiral. Who are we looking at this? Right, leader. You're gonna get a Yesnoni, my friend. Decker. Decker Oldman. Okay. We also again are fighting the last of the war. Let's give a little update on that situation. So we've pushed pretty deep into their space and taken a lot of their core territories at this point, frankly. We cut off those who remember who are coming south with their fleets from the north. They're going to take the rest of those systems, but it means the rest of the home systems are going to be ours. Now that we've cut those off, we're going to send all of our fleets down here. Oh, fuck. There's a corrupted avatar in our path. Well, that does make this a bit more complicated. You need a lot of military power to defeat those, right? If I remember, you need like 80k or something to fight them. They're pretty tough. You know, we might want to just pull back here and leave this to the chosen to deal with. At least a couple Ks. Yeah, they're pretty tough. Marl Shull is pretty unhappy with recent events, so he's throwing a tantrum right now, I guess. We're gonna pull back, and we're going to let the Gavazul, we're gonna let the Chosen deal with this. And when he's out of the way, we'll finish off the last of the Chosen worlds. I don't think we need to be up in that business at all. We still can't build our technological capital there. After spending an extended time studying the remarkable features of the planet below, our science team on board the Sojourner, they are ready to report their findings. Science Officer Wings of Orange has reported the science team has made several additional discoveries studying the unique planet. This newfound knowledge greatly expands our understanding of the universe. Ooh, we can get climate restoration. That's huge. That allows us to do the terraforming of those worlds that we can't right now. Here we go. As more and more psionically gifted people appear in our civilization, we have heard claims of witchcraft and sorcery. Initially, we dismissed these claims. What could sorcery be but psionics? Now we know. What was once called sorcery was nothing less than tremendous manifestation of psionic power. Together, we can do much more than was once considered the work of gods and other unnatural beings. We have pulled together a group of human Claris with potential into a new conclave of telepaths. They can only hold a certain amount of psionic energy at a time, but together, they can act as the focus for psionic potential of our whole civilization. We will need to devote more research to determine what else we can do, what the risks to manifestation may be. Oh yeah. There's a system for it? Oh, I love mods. Oh, fuck yeah. Holy shit, that's cool. It's like the warp, man. Rooting out corruption from the shroud. That's so fucking cool, dude. Amount of psionic capacity is affected by ruler, leader, and possible psionic traits, telepath jobs, related technologies, and its reduced by psychic exhaustion. Okay. Antonia Mendez is psychic? I mean, it would make sense. She did touch the fucking time crystal. Apparently she has psionic abilities. A potential, I guess, maybe? Yeah. Antonia Mendez has latent psionic ability, allowing her to increase our power reserves. Yeah, this feels a lot like 40k, I'm gonna be honest, and I'm all here for it. We can distribute Zro to the population to reduce the threshold of powers when manifesting. Oh my god, just give everyone fucking psionic drugs so we can do more shit. That's hilarious. Whoa. Holy shit, this is cool. Now I know why the Cabrithians were fucking our fleets up. It's because they had psionic leaders with all these abilities. Jesus, man. It's way better than in vanilla. Wow, okay, cool. Well, we do have psionics for our whole species now and a lot of awesome things we can do, but very few people currently throughout UNE space actually have any major psionic abilities. It's mostly just, you know, people with a little bit of it and not too much. We know from seeing the rest of the galaxy where this can go. There's a lot of potential for it. There's a lot of other civilizations which are utilizing this to pretty amazing degrees, right? Something that our scientists can't quite explain, but we're not there yet. And we obviously, Antonia Mendez, will have commissioned to put large amounts of resources in UNE City into a whole subdivision, I think probably militarily, scientifically, and just for general study as well, into discovering this. It's done. After a thorough process, we have been able to unlock psionic capacities of our species, but there's more to explore, more to do, as the infinite and uncertain still calls us. We must explore now what we can do with these powers with all this potential. Oh yeah. I wonder what the corrupted powers do. We're not gonna find out, hopefully. You want to sell our soul to Zinch. Oh boy. The non-psionics would probably be treated as inferiors, to be honest. I don't think we're at that point yet, but yeah, that'll be a thing. That will be a thing. There's one thing I know humans love, it's to find ways to think themselves superior to others. We're pretty consistent in enjoying that, unfortunately. Over the stupidest shit, too. We'll do interstellar economics. We are, after all, the trade hub of the galaxy. To make Bespin Station there. We'll go for impulse thrusters. And we will accept the migration treaty with the theocratic dominion of Rumilia. We're pretty friendly with them, and we really want that commercial agreement, which we can get. There we go. Beautiful. Yeah, we're in the green again. Economy's looking pretty good there. All it took was a bit of stabilization and a commercial pact with Vermilia, and we're looking good. Climate restoration, I agree, 100%. Upgrading the giant administrative complexes around UNE City on Earth as well. That's hiring a lot of people. We're not like terminus level yet, but we're moving there. Oh, I am starting to get a lot of lag now in late game. Part of it's still war, but part of it's just where we're at, unfortunately. Well, if we open the L gates today, I think we're gonna have a lot less pops very quickly. The crew of the James Cook has located the device responsible for emitting the previously detected pings. Upon examination, it appears to contain the final communication of an alien adventurer. Our scientists have successfully translated the alien language, revealing the following message. Commander, Commander! Can you hear me, Commander? I've found it. After all these years, I've actually found it. I just need to take its... Wait. It's moving. It's still alive. It's seen me. In case I don't make it, my coordinates are AGH. There's a system of AGH, isn't there? That's all we have. We may never know who or what she found, as the commander seems to have bombed the planet. Nothing alive is on this planet but us. AGH. I swore there was a system. I guess not. That's mildly terrifying, but not our problem. Whatever happened with the domesticating the Hades spiders? I thought I started it. I never did, because we never got the food for it. Let me do that right now. We need 10,000, I believe. We'll begin the artificial feeding campaign. Feed the native arachnid inhabitants with pheromone-based food in order to placate them. Never did do that. Bear with me. I want to try moving one of my lights. It's really fucking with me. That's way better. I move them around all the time. Then they get in weird positions. Okay. What is our cohesion level? We're looking good. We are at level 1. We're going to be at level 2 pretty soon. We're getting the full XP amount as well, which is really nice. We can't change any laws yet, though, because we have to go up higher levels. It looks like the Galactic Council won't be made for quite some time. We are the highest level, by the way, folks, in terms of our diplomatic weight. A lot of that's because we went diplomacy focused, right? The envoys as well as the traditions we take in are really nice. We're not the most powerful in the galaxy, but we're pretty high up there, I would say, especially with the Federation. Prime problems on Bespin. Jobs. We're really just lacking population at this point. We have plenty of worlds, plenty of jobs. People are pretty happy. That will need another city district, though. Oh, we actually don't have enough. I want us to discover another Elgate Insight, too. We almost have enough. Hades should be an actual colony by this point. I'm pretty sure it is. They have a pretty high population. It's 17 pop, right? That's millions of people. Hades is a pretty well-populated world, actually. Let's assign a governor. We have a free commander, don't we? Yeah, we'll send Decker Oldman there. Our young up-and-coming Yesnoni commander. Politics is the art of illusions. By showing others what they want to see, we'll grow our influence in the community. Oh, they've really got good counter intel right now. We're struggling to keep our spy network up, and those who remember. There are 2 corrupted avatars here. There's a corrupted avatar, and then there's a, yeah, 2 of them. Holy fuck, why are there so many? I know they can despawn, right? It's not worth just throwing our fleet against them. Worst location for it, though. Do you think the Galactic Council will form today? I'd guess so, yeah. I think so. There's a couple other things ahead of it, but it's on course for it. I'm gonna do some upgrading on some of our stations, more of the economic ones if we can here. Done most of the upgrades we need, honestly. Remember, we did move all of our manufacturing off of Earth now. It's in Cantus, which I do need to upgrade again. Shipyards. Yeah, we're looking good there. That'll pump out ships so quickly now at this point. And I did add it already to the hyperhighway as well, so we're looking pretty good. Another corrupted avatar? These things are everywhere. You know why? It's because there are so many psionic species in the galaxy all screwing with things that they shouldn't be. That's what this is. But I don't know why they're all next to us. We also never explored that wormhole, did we? Let's go figure out where that goes. Build up that fleet a bit more too. We've got the space for it right now. Yeah, there is one wormhole left. Any plans on reviving the Hothesian homeworld? We can't bring them back, right? That's the tragedy of it. We could try and terraform it away from toxic. Is that climate restoration? Yeah, we have to turn it into a barren world. We need geological reconstruction to even start. Again, that's a world that was just completely nuked, right? They launched their whole arsenal at each other, so we have to rebuild it bottom up. If we can in the future as a testament to the Hothesians, who we were very friendly with, yeah, absolutely. We'll turn it into like probably maybe a Gaia world or something, right? But that will take a lot of time. Work on firewalls. It won't be easy. That was so sad. That was the first species we met in the galaxy. And for them to destroy themselves like that, such a shame. Our initial scans of this world showed a lot of metal from the crashed ships. There must be hundreds spread out over this world. Unfortunately, due to the many alloys and busted electronics of these colossal crashed ships, our scans were subjected to heavy electromagnetic interference, and thus were unable to give a detailed reading of every wreck. Now that we are starting doing visual inspections, we have discovered something amazing. A few of the ships down there are still emitting EM radiation, meaning there is still power left in them. Perhaps their databanks can teach us something about their designs or their makers. It's on a Theramon. We can't get a scientist down there because of a corrupted avatar. Is that another one? There are 4 of these things in or right next to our systems. There's one up here. No, sorry. Let me count how many of these fuckers there are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What the fuck is going on? One of them's getting destroyed by our station right now, though. The hell is going on? The Arcitrex have one? Yeah, they have 3, 4. Okay, what the hell? Something's going on right now. They're all over the galaxy. I think it's more the case that these corruptions are reaching a critical mass in the universe rather than targeting us specifically. I think so too, yeah. They're just everywhere. What the hell? That's concerning. Good thing we have those big choke points. The Chosen are taking one down right now. Let's send our fleet in. They're gonna be battered and beaten. We'll finish them off here. They're weaker than I thought as well. A lot of these stations are actually picking them off, which is surprising. Upgrade and repair that broken asteroid base we took off the Chosen. What happened to the Cryova? I don't know if they're still around, actually. They were at war a couple times, and I think they might have gotten taken out. Their species will still be around, but let's see if they are as an independent entity. They are. No, they're still around. They're chilling up in the north. 16 planets, too. They're doing pretty well. Pretty far behind us, but in pretty good shape. They're in the United Can League. They're in a federation. Mutual Assistance Coalition Federation. It's very strong, too. A level 3 Galactic Union. Wow. A Xenophile Federation up there in the north. It's cool. Yeah, they're doing very well. Do the corrupted powers grant the wielder a power to spawn shroud avatars? Almost certainly. You have summoning options for them. I know I saw that. Yeah, you can do summoning stuff. But it'll take time. First thing we need to do is save at the points to awaken Antonia Mendez and give her psionic powers properly. Do any of our leaders actually have it? Let's take a quick look. Usually when you get it, like 1 or 2 will like pop up with it, but not always. Nope. Nope, none of our leaders are psionic yet. The Marshal are spawning demons. I think in the roleplay, that's probably what we're gonna go with. He's pretty pissed after the Arcitrex defeated the Marshal. About our hyper lanes over in this part of the galaxy, moving is so slow. I'm gonna send back some of our construction ships and maybe make another so that we can actually start getting those built very quickly here. 2 construction ships. A compositional analysis of the Sentinels has revealed that they are made from an unknown hybrid metal ceramic composite. Such a material could not have been forged by a prehistoric society. Yet a preliminary reading suggests they predate all known civilizations on Sanctuary. Unfortunately, the scanners cannot yet pierce the Sentinel's metal coating. Those are those giant statues we found on one of our worlds. Be cool. And diplomacy a bit more as well with Amelia. Or open our borders to them. They'll be friendly pretty soon here. Political virtue death cult. You gotta love Stellaris. We're doing Guardian Point defense. I haven't made a lot of picket ships for us, so we need to be able to get those actually useful here. So an ambassador to the Vanguard. We've gotten pretty friendly with the humans despite their past transgressions. So we'll try and facilitate more of that. Pokey are xenophobic. We wouldn't like that. We won't waste our time with them. They're really fucking up the doors though, aren't they? They're taking a lot of systems. The Dwarves lost their fleet. They've been a very good trading partner of ours, despite like their ideology, for quite some time. We wouldn't really want them to fall like this. All right, ladies and gentlemen, full time. Ladies and gentlemen, are we going to send aid? We'll send, if you say yes, we'll send alloys and energy so they can rebuild their fleet and fight off the Boki. We have already shown ourselves to be a nation which will give resources to those defending a just cause against aggressors, expansionists, and conquerors, which the Boki most certainly are. The Dwarves are a good trading partner of ours. We're not the closest with them, and they are more on the leftist side, but we're not that conservative these days either. So should we give them a stimulus package and offer them the ability to rebuild their fleet and defend themselves, or do we just start staying out of galactic affairs here? You are all members of the UNE Parliament and advisory committees related to that, so you can choose. Will do though, sure, is see if we can get anyone to raid them. Where are those cheeky raider fucks? No, they're around here somewhere. And zoom in right now, it just fucking lags the game so bad. They're not that good either. I mean, they haven't been expansionist, right? Like their politics are not like super close to ours, but they've been friendly and we've traded with them, and they're not doing wars of expansion, which is, you know, a very big difference, right? Nope. The humans are Sanders-style socialists and the Dwarves are Stalinites. Yeah, pretty much. That's a good way to put it. They're militarist, they're fanatic authoritarian, they're fanatic industrialists. Productive automation, master engineers, collectivist, and efficient bureaucrats. So, like, they're not, don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to say that there's some stalwart of democracy or anything, right? But they are relatively relaxed and they're not warlike and conquerors, which the Boki are. So that's the big difference. Climate restoration, we'll work on that now. Nasus Demeter's belongings, including his mind gazer, a device used to isolate the mind from outside interferences, has been found on a ledge overlooking the Sentinels. Sticks forming a half-finished outline around one of the statues suggests he may have diverted from his exercise to mark its position. His flashlight and scanner were discovered crushed under a shattered piece of the Sentinel's wing. The scanner has been modified in a peculiar manner. Perhaps it could help us pierce the Sentinel's protective layer. If we wish to find Nasus Demeter alive, we must divert extra resources to the search, as his chances for survival in the wilderness diminish drastically every day. Yeah, we're gonna go after him. No man, woman, or child left behind. Not our problem. Okay. How close was that poll? Very close. 10 to 9. Wow. All right. After a very close, very ferocious debate in the UNE Parliament, proposing the merits of stopping expansionism and warmongers in the galaxy, coming up against those saying we have spent enough resources trying to be the defenders and protectors of the galaxy's aggressed upon nations. In a very narrow vote, Parliament decided that we will take the route staying out of these affairs, and we'll look after our own problems and our own ongoing war with the Chosen. Nasus Demeter has been found unconscious and badly injured, hiding in the underbrush below a natural rock formation, with a bloody datapad tucked under his arm. He was rushed to the hospital and treated for severe brain injury indicative of blunt trauma by impact from above. I wonder what did that to him. This is some Doctor Who shit right here. Though his condition is now stable, he still suffers from memory loss and has no recollection of how he sustained his wounds. Splinters of the unique metal alloy from which the Sentinels are sculpted was lodged in his parietal cranial bone. Whoa. All he remembers is hiding from someone and subsiding off what little he had from the land which had to offer. However, his notes contain some useful information. He's maimed. Jesus. How many spies do we have around the galaxy? I think 2, Andromeda. We've got 1 in those who remember, and we've got 1 somewhere else. Oh, it was Nasus Demeter. It was our Paragon who got hit and maimed. Oh shit. Oh no, buddy. He's alive though. We're good. He's fine. The old man lives. He's a smart, nice fucker. We don't want him getting killed. That'd be sad. That'd be really sad. I like that guy. He seems like the kind of guy you could have tea with. He gives me like Uncle Iroh vibes. If Uncle Iroh was like an obsessed xenoarchaeologist, you know? They've gotten pretty strong, haven't they? How did they get all that territory? This is a pretty good era of peace for us, though. I say peace. We're technically at war of the Chosen, right? But they're not a really big threat to us. Our fleets are kind of just like moving through their territory, taking territory, expanding, giving more resources. I think again, like we're probably in like a high era here for the UNE. Like this is an era of pretty unparalleled prosperity and just advancement in general. We'd be pretty. What's the word? We'd be pretty pleased with ourselves, I think, right now, in terms of where we are. Let's upgrade the planetary capital on Nyland, and then we're going to build our mega structure. We will be building the Technological Institute. Did the Republic expand? Yeah, we have. We went to war of the Purifier Chosen, and we've been taking their territory pretty quickly. So yeah, we've taken a lot. The Paragon is dead? Oh no, he got maimed. Did it kill him? Oh no, Demeter. Yeah, he's dead. God damn it. Everyone, a moment of silence for Numis Demeter. A great man, a great scientist. He did a great job. He was curious, he was astute, he was capable. And in the end, his curiosity got the best of him. A moment of silence. We will remember. What planet are the Sentinels on? I'm gonna build a remembrance monument there. It's one of our colonies, I think. It's on Igni. Is it Igni? Where's a sanctuary? It's Sanctuary. We're gonna build a remembrance monument here when we can for him. A great man. Now, Sanctuary is already really good. We will name a new planet after him. We're gonna name one of our like really nice new planets Demeter for sure. Oh, he retired. Okay. Do you see that for sure, or are we just gonna like play the he went to a farm upstate card here? I'm not opposed to rejecting reality here, but I am curious if you saw something I didn't. Start expanding into the south a bit more. Are we ready to jump, ladies and gentlemen? Not quite. Oh God, our fleet is so fucking slow. Space is a big place, to be fair, isn't it? It's easy to forget that in these games sometimes. I know I play sci-fi games and I get used to like just, you know, that instantaneous crazy FTL speed around the galaxy. But it's just not easy to do. It popped up while I wasn't looking. All right, well, he's retired then on Sanctuary. But he was a great man, a great scientist, and we will remember him all the same. For the many contributions he made for the UNE. See if we can awaken dear Mendez yet. Doesn't appear so. Oh, we can, I think. While it is rare for psionic powers to manifest after adolescence, it is not unheard of. Scientist Plume of Maroon has recently been displaying abilities that were suspected to be psionic in nature. After undergoing a thorough ESP test, she has been identified as a Class 4 psionic talent. Wow, it's one of our... It's not Mendez, though. She didn't get awakened. It's Plume of Maroon. Where's Plume of Maroon? There she is. Oh, it's one of those. It's a Gavazul. Very nice. He is psionic. Beautiful. I was hoping it'd be Mendez, not gonna lie. But patience is key. Patience is virtue. All that. Try and shake up our music today, not play the same stuff again. We need to make a pyramid now. The class pyramid. Hold on, we're not the slavers here. I'll kill Discord and see if that speeds things up at all. It always blows me away like how much like fucking processing power Discord takes from your computer. Build an orbital ring around Terra Nova as well. Yeah, Demeter's gone. We'll send in Claws of Ivory, and we'll get him to continue the research on the Sentinels, on Sanctuary. What's there? We jump in, we're gonna hit their fleet like immediately. Charter Worker Rights is actually gonna be the next big election in the Galactic community. That's good to see. Precursor Expedition. Wow, it's out in the middle of nowhere. We won't be able to do that. That we can. We just need to actually like colonize and take it after we get rid of the Avatar. Love this soundtrack actually. Let's see. I mean, many people are in the religious or militarist parties, so it wouldn't be impossible for a psionic class pyramid. Let's take a look, actually. I haven't done a proper look down at that in a while. By far, the biggest party is the Full Enfranchisement Society, which would be like the progressive liberals. 123 pops. That's like over half the electorate. That's like just a dominant party in every way. The second most popular is the Suffrage Watch, also very liberal. Alliance of Sacred Traditions only has 13. Crimson Warrior Lodge only has 38. And then the Human Welfare and Care have 11. So, yeah, the militarists and the spiritualists are not that popular. They're just not. The Aviar Collective declared war on the Aurelian Kingdom? Were there 2 planets? Oh my god, what the fuck are they doing? I mean, respect for the balls, but I don't think that'll end well. See what they have. Are they just like doing their final stand, or do they actually have like something to win this? Yeah, I'm thinking last stand as well. Oh fuck, they're really nice though. Against, what do you mean? Do you mean going to war, or do you mean like funding the AVR? What do you mean? I mean, the fleet's not that bad. Support the aviar. Funding, okay. I can do a poll for that for sure. After being narrowly defeated against the Dorvan socialists, we have a proposal. As to whether or not we are going to send alloys and materials to fund the aviar in their last stand, a nation who has lost almost all their territory to the aggression of the Aurelians, a supremacist, militarist, authoritarian, elitist monarchy. Oh, the aviar are very similar to us. They're militarist, they're xenophile, they're ecologist, and they're fanatic cooperative. Eager explorers, executive committee, political virtue, utopia builder, congressional republic. They're very much in our wheelhouse, that's for sure. They are the aggressor's curse. They're trying to take back all the territory. The Aurelians fought a war with them around 30 years ago and basically took like all this. They took so much land from the aviar, it was kind of crazy. They're trying to get back their territory or die trying. Which you gotta respect that. Upgrade Luna Station. Interesting as heck dichotomy though, surely to be as scholarly studied as the reasons behind the two different votes. Yeah, true. UNE poli-sci majors are going to be making PhD papers about that vote for thousands of years. Ladies and gentlemen, we may have failed the doors, but we have certainly helped many young poli-sci majors in UNE University who don't know what to do their PhD thesis on. Folks, we've really helped them out here today. And I think that's a real victory, if we're being honest. We need more consumer goods, though. Yeah, no, it's a defense. It's trying to get back, you know, their territory. I wouldn't say morally, but they are technically, according to Galactic Overall, the Aurelians are defenders. Oh, technically, sure, technically. That's some like almost Putin level logic there, Curse. I'm gonna be honest. We have to take back the line and denazify it. We're the defenders. Queen Garpelius the First gives me big Putin energy. I'm not gonna lie. She's slightly more attractive though. All right, are we ready to jump in yet? We are. Let's send the fleet. Finish off the last of the chosen systems here. And in those cute but terrifying purifiers. They literally have the Reaper on their sigil. I mean, we're not rivals. It's unfortunate. Trying to crash the game with this battle here. Bolt from beyond. Without any warning, a formidable sonic backlash of unprecedented magnitude has struck our civilization, casting us into a state of profound disarray and uncertainty. The rate at which we accumulate political influence has been diminished. The curse of the shroud. Man, Marl Shull is pissed. That boy's deep in the shroud and he's angry. I mean, we know the history of the shroud. We know the history of the entropy beings. We know that there's a lot of questionable and evil things deep in there. But as ever, we're curious enough to forego caution in pursuit of interesting things. We're gonna aid the Democrats, all right? Let's put together a stimulus package for them real quick. I'm gonna try and offer them association status too, so we can give them more aid. Kind of like giving them all the alloys we can. We'll give them a healthy amount of minerals in case they need some upgrades. We'll give them a bunch of food to be able to sustain themselves throughout the war. Give them some energy in case they're running a deficit. Yeah, we'll go for that. The archaeologists have reconstructed modified scanner. That appears deep within the statue's hybrid composite material. It has picked up a weak radiation emanating from their cores. To investigate further, it would be necessary to break one of the sentinels open, very likely destroying it in the process. As one of the statues has already lost part of its wing, our archaeologists recommend starting with that one. Sure. What can go wrong? Already maimed our greatest scientist ever. All right, ladies and gentlemen, finally, we are going to turn Nyland into the scientific hub it is quickly becoming and build our great technological institute there. And a research institute when we're done too. Aludonia, the great head of research at the UNE, is overseeing the construction of a true scientific marvel on that planet. Save here for this battle in case I want it in a video. I know I figured out how I'm gonna actually record videos of like these battles without breaking my PC for the videos. Every time I load one of these saves with this, I'm just gonna use commands to destroy all like the population hubs in the galaxy, and then just record the battle. I was thinking about how to actually make it not look horrible, and I think that's the plan. Do lag the game a lot. Build a monument to Demeter on Nyland as he was a great scientist. 100%. We'll do that after the scientific hubs. I feel what the lag will be late game. There's a mod I'm going to remove at a certain point, which I want to keep up until we can't anymore, but the shifts and scaling mod, if I remove it, will really reduce lag a lot. I'm not at the point I find it to be like game breaking, but we're getting there. So probably in another session or two, I'm going to remove that, which means travel will be a lot faster. And if that's not enough, I can also start to remove some of the real space mods that make the galaxy look so cool, which I also don't want to do, but again, I will if we have to. So we've got options. Probably, I think the next session will be our last one without doing some of those. Oh. Well, maybe earlier, actually. Let's see. We have a hard freeze here. Exactly. RP is hyperspace technology advancing. Exactly what I was thinking. Oh, God, yeah. This is a hard spike. Let's see if the game recovers. May or may not. What's up, Vambi? How are you doing? I got the save though, to be fair. Perfect timing on that save. Old World Blues game, nice. Yeah, the update for that's coming out pretty soon, isn't it? I know, Curse. That's a bit cursed, one might say. I did challenge the Paradox Stellaris gods and have received the appropriate punishment here. I'll give it one more minute, then we're gonna do a hard reset. Made an hour without any problems though, that's good. Anyone excited for, CK3's new DLCs coming up look really good. They're gonna add unlanded characters, which is like the one thing they really needed to do besides an economy rework, so I'm so happy. Like CK3, I was worried they were gonna abandon the game because they cut a bunch of their staff, probably just to save money, like the fucks that they are, but Stellaris, CK3 looks really good for this coming year. I also decided I've got like 2 or 3 more Hoi 4 tutorial videos I want to complete before I'm kind of content with that series. And the next games I am going to cover, I think, will be CK3. I thought about doing Vic 3, but it's just not a place yet I really want to do those. So I think I'll make my Crusader Kings tutorials next, which is cool because I'm probably going to play a lot of it this year. And we'll have like the Grand Campaign 2s starting in fall, so good timing for that. I will not start the second Grand Campaign until after the Unlanded Characters DLC comes out, by the way, folks. So it is going to be towards like the middle of fall when the second GC starts, at the earliest. Which is 2 years after I started the original, which is actually fucking crazy how long it's taken. I mean, I could do this like some streamers, you know, and just like do this 6 days a week, but I don't like rushing shit. I find that, like, for me personally at least, I just get way less invested in what's going on, and I don't focus as much, and it becomes just kind of like, you know, almost those time-lapse videos. You're not really playing it out. And the legend system looks cool as well. Some of the robot nations have like 600 pops and they grow so much. Yeah, that could be a large amount of it. All right, I'm gonna do a hard reset. It might load if I wait, but I'd rather not. Oh. My desktop. All right, that's fine. I removed all my pornography, so it's okay. I want to say something funny though on my desktop. I've been like, I was working on that terrain video, and I found this tool for like screenshotting really quickly, but it saves all the images like on my desktop. It's so weird. And I can't get rid of them because if I do, I'll have to like re-edit the whole thing. So annoying. Yeah, the plague will be cool too, just in general. What's up, Linus? Good to see you. Yeah, plague and then unlanded characters. Plague they should have already included, and I don't think it should be in a separate DLC. They already know how to do it. They did it in CK2. I get so tired of Paradox reselling shit like that. But the unlanded characters, like I'll forgive them their crimes if we're getting unlanded characters. That's fine. I do play Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, I was doing a hardcore run as well. I got to Act 3 on that with a friend. I haven't played it in a while though. The game, if I'm going to be honest, that I've been playing a lot of by myself lately is Escape from Tarkov. I got back into the recent wipe, and I've been playing that a lot. A good amount. I just don't have the time for stuff I used to nowadays. Because I'm trying to, like, I guess, live a more balanced life, which is a good thing. I'm one of those people that, like, really get into hobbies and things I do, like, to an obsessive degree, which is probably pretty unhealthy. It is pretty unhealthy, but I've been trying to change that the last year or so, which is good. But yeah, Tarkov is really fun. I don't know if any of y'all have ever played Escape from Tarkov. It's a shooter game, but it's really unique because like you go into raids, you can find stuff, you take it out. But if you get killed, you lose everything you have on you. And it's pretty brutal. And there's a lot of sweaty ass players in that game. But if you get good and you win PvP fights, it's like the most, in my opinion, the most rewarding game for PvP I've ever played because it is tough. And like big fights are hard to survive. And if you do, it feels so good. But anyway, off topic. Terraform Mars, yeah, and Venus too. We can do both. Should be pretty cool. Colonize the whole of Earth. Mars into a continental world, but I'd like to turn Venus into an ocean world. Not sure what we'll do about Venus. We'll have to think about that. I personally can't stand when games get too sweaty. People will get sweaty in pretty much any game you play. It's whether you choose to do it or not. Like Paradox has tons of sweats, and that's something they enjoy and love, and that's great. I don't like sweats in Paradox games because they act like everyone should do it, which is so fucking annoying. But like that's that type of gameplay. All games have those, you know. The key is like if you enjoy it to go do that with those people, and if you don't, to ignore them. Right? That's the key. That is the true key here. What am I ranting about, Martino? We're gonna colonize the sun? I don't know about that, Salmon. I don't know. That might be a little rough. Sweats are fun to play with if they aren't toxic. Yeah, but that's like a self-defeating sentence there, Curse. I mean, like, there are sweaty players in games who aren't toxic. They do exist. They're very rare. Most are pretty toxic, if we're being honest. Hard to find ones who aren't, unfortunately. I don't mean just Paradox. I mean all games. They're everywhere. Because it's, you know, it's a style. Some people want that pure skill level in games, which is understandable. Like esports, right? The one game I played fairly competitively when I was younger, and I did get pretty far, and was Counter-Strike. I got pretty good at Counter-Strike, actually, when I was in my teens, like in high school. I played it with my buddies, like, all the time. And I didn't get, like, top tier, but I got to global lead, I think it was. Which still is not really that high in comparison to the pros, but it was pretty good. I was pretty good at that game. And that was fun, because it was easier to find, you know, not as toxic people on that. But I don't know, you still find a lot of them. Write about a game you want, but preferably Hoi. I don't know what to rant about. I just put out a video for Terrain, so I could rant about that for a moment, and some of the other things I've been kind of looking on. One of the cool things I kind of learned, like, over the last year or so of, like, modding, especially modding Vic 3, is, like, how to understand a little bit of the code for Paradox games, which has been really cool, because it helped me understand the games better. Like, when I make those tutorial videos, I don't know if any of y'all watch my YouTube channel, but if you do, the guides I put out, like, it's not me just, like, you know, having a stroke, looking at some online forums and throwing a guide together. I actually read the code now in order to make those. They're still not perfect, and I make mistakes on them, but I like to double check things by going into Sublime and, like, actually reading stuff, which reveals a lot, because even, like, good sweat players in Hoi 4 and Paradox will talk out their fucking ass about shit that are wrong. I mean, good ones who honestly believe it. And, like, going in there and reading, like, how the game works really, for me at least, has, like, taught me a lot, and you find so much in there you don't expect. I didn't realize how big an impact weather conditions, and terrain were until I was doing the research for that video. I've got another one I'm making after on weather, and then there's gonna be another one on just supply in general, which will probably be my last one. I think I'll do some on commanders later, but that'll be about it. I think I will have covered all the major components of Hoi 4 at that point-ish. But I didn't realize how impactful they were. Like, it's kind of crazy. There's been so many games I played a Hoi 4, and looking back on it now, where like I get fucked up, or it gets really hard, or I lose because of attrition, or just like my units, you know, dying in mass in certain areas. I never understood why the fuck it happened. I just figured the enemy was strong, and I hadn't built my divisions correctly, which could have been part of it. But a lot of it was just I didn't really, like, think about the terrain I was fighting in, right? You know? There's so many games, like when I first started playing Hoi 4, especially on like the Eastern Front as Germany, where I didn't realize what marshes were, and I get stuck there, and I'm like, why the fuck am I getting stuck there? And I just try and micromanage it, which helps, but doesn't solve the issues. And now looking back on it, it's like, well, that's probably because it was like all flooded, all mud, and all marshes that I was trying to push through, and I didn't, you know how to push over rivers. Playing competitive Hoi 4 taught me a lot about like rivers and certain other things, but they don't. Those players are like all fucking little stat kids, you know. They don't understand all of those things as well, which is funny. But anyway, there's so many aspects of Hoi 4 that make that game so deep that like you don't realize, and like the deeper you go into it, the more you realize like how much depth there is. All Paradox games are like that, but Hoi 4 in particular is one of those. I think it looks a lot simpler than it is, and it doesn't look that simple, right? So it really goes pretty deep, which is pretty cool. Weather has big effects on armies, but no guides talk about that. No, it's huge. Sandstorms, rain, blizzards, things like that. What I wish they would add, I'm gonna skip this song, because I don't need someone singing when I'm ranting. Sorry. She has a beautiful voice, but mine is more beautiful. I wish they'd add a feature for air, right? For your air missions, a button to click to turn off your air sorties with certain sorts of weather, right? Like, you know how like they have the menu for strategic bombing, right? Where you can click it and you can choose like what you're gonna strategically bomb and hit, right? The same menu, but for weather conditions, right? Because I mean, it was a real thing, and it's still a real thing, that like air missions are not done in certain weather conditions, right? It's just a common thing that's been around since really air became a thing, because it's pretty clear immediately that storms will fuck up your planes. So like with your You know, like your air management system. I wish there was a button just like that where you could click on it and you could choose what weather types you will send your air up in sorties for, right? So if there is a blizzard, or if there is heavy rain or a thunderstorm, you just can declick the button and then you don't run, you know, your air missions during that, right? It seems like a pretty obvious thing that should be in the game, but it isn't. And I think it'd be good for two reasons. One, it's just really useful, right? I am not, and most players will not micromanage their air to not fly in sandstorms or blizzards. You should, but you don't, because it's just so much work and the game doesn't really tell you properly. And two, it would also make people realize how important weather is, right? When you're forced to see like a menu thing for it, because no one watches Hoi 4, you know, Paradox guides. I don't know if they even cover it. And there's not a lot of YouTube guides out that cover this very well. But if you had like a menu in the game itself to see that, it would immediately make even new players think like, wait, so weather is like important? And then they'd probably like look at it and then they'd be like, oh my God, it is very important, right? So I wish they'd add that. Feel like a good rant, something you wanted to rant about. Yeah, a little bit. I did a lot of research for it, so I did want to rant a bit about that, to be honest. Do you miss the old MP days when we started with MP? I do. They were fun. They were chaotic as shit. They were fun. All right. Everyone pray to the Lord we don't get a crash. Yeah, I miss multiplayer. I do miss Babylon multiplayer a lot too, which kind of sucks. I got invited to a Hoi 4 multiplayer community yesterday, which I'm probably gonna play with a new DLC. I don't think it's gonna be very roleplay heavy, but I know the guy who runs it. He's a really nice guy, so I'll probably play in some of those. Shark-infested waters is my favorite sea tile. Yeah, because like the casualties you take from your ships being lost is so fucking high. Just terrifying. Did you know that sharks? We're getting into rant territory here. I haven't done this in a while. Sharks are so fucking interesting. Marine life in general is so fucking interesting. I got mildly obsessed with orcas a couple weeks ago. Like again, I'm one of those people who like, I'll learn something about something and then I'll just like research it to a ridiculous degree. I think most people are. You guys are all Paradox gamers. Half of you do this too, right? You find a subject you're interested in and 10 hours of Wikipedia and YouTube video binging later, you understand it kind of. Orcas are so cool. I won't rant about them. But sharks are interesting because they can detect like magnetic fields. That's an actual thing. They can detect magnetic fields, which most ships will have obviously, right? Because modern ones, at least, their hull will have metal. Even small fishing boats will have like metal in the, what's it called? Like the bands. I don't know maritime technology very well, but like there are components of it that are metal. So they can detect ships very easily, which is why like most ships will have sharks around them automatically because they detect that and they're just kind of interested by it and they'll follow it around, right? Like cruise ships. If you've never looked it up before, this is really interesting. Look up cruise ships underwater footage at night, or like oil wells, like, you know, where like they drill for oil in the ocean. There's always sharks around there. And it's because they know that there's metal, they detect it, and they find it interesting, and it attracts other fish, so they go there to hunt, plus it's interesting, which is crazy. Like, the fact that, like, a species of life detected, like, an organ to detect magnetic fields, that just blows my mind, dude. Like, I know our senses are already kind of crazy, if, like, we're used to it, right? Like, vision, hearing, feeling, taste, we're so used to that, we're normalized to it because we do it. But, like, if you take a moment to step back and think abstractly, how fucking crazy it is that through just pure fucking natural, it's not even natural selection, but evolution over time, species were able to develop things like that. I don't know. That shit always makes me stop for a moment and just be like, what the fuck, dude? Anyway, long rant over. Sharks don't have gills, if I'm not wrong. I don't know about that, actually. I don't know about that one. We are going to give aid to the Democrats. I think we already sent it. Let me double check to make sure we did. That the save didn't fuck us on that. Yeah, we've already sent all the aid to the AVR, so we're fine. Anyway. Energy production is low again because trade has not been accounted for. Once we start trading again, it will return. Yep. They do have gills. That makes what happened to the US Indianapolis much scary. World War II sunk by the Japanese, I think, but what happened to the survivors was worse as they were swarmed by sharks for days. Yeah. They can also smell blood from very far away. Like the senses of most maritime creatures is very high, right? Sharks, dolphins, orcas, things like that. They're able to hear, smell, and then like detect like things from so far away. Like, especially like, I think it's dolphins and orcas have that ability with like sonar to like basically see essentially like through their senses, like 3-dimensionally. Something like that. I'm explaining it very poorly, but it's absolutely crazy. It allows them to know so much about like what's going on in the sea around them that like we don't, because like our senses are pretty narrow, all things considered, in some ways, right? It's like I gotta think for a second here. We'll do that. Solar power collectors, we'll do military applications. But anyway, they just have such dramatically different senses than we do that like they just will see the world so differently. And that's why like they're able to know what's going on pretty well. Crazy. Bats too, yeah. I think we should stop the rant and go back to RP. I'm getting there. Curse. I'm getting there. Let me rant about sharks really quickly. And terrain in Hoi 4 while we play Stellaris. It's fine. Just let it happen. So look, we have a vote currently in the galactic community. It's the Charter for Workers' Rights, which we are, of course, naturally supporting. So that. Well, look. We're gonna oppose that. That. But we've got a surplus on energy again. We're doing good. The Divine Sun are pretty big. They're just in a region of space with like no one around them, so they have so much territory they can expand into. We almost had that before they fucking cut us off there. I still don't understand how they took Siggy Station though. I've never seen an AI do that before. I don't even know how they got there. So weird. Chris doesn't want us to talking about sharks as it puts those aggressor fish species we're fighting against in a bad light. Yeah, I know. Chris is full like simping for Queen Gerpelis the First. And I mean, hey man, you know, we all have our tastes, I get it, but the Shroud helped them? I guess so. Ooh, commercial pack with the AVR, that'll help too. We'll give them a research agreement as well. We're just gonna do everything we can to help them in the war effort. Send them more alloys too. I'm full team AVR right now. They're an actual democracy that's struggling here. Do you think they have that tech that lets you hop systems? They might. They might, I'm not sure. Migration pact? Yeah, that'd be a good idea too, so their people can get away if it goes real bad for them. We really have to do something about the consumer good deficit as well. It's our other really big priority right now. All our mineral processing plants with the latest technology. Since I'm in the ranting mood and we're a bit off topic before I go fully back into roleplay, I've been reading a really interesting book lately. Again, like substitute teaching has been so fun. I've been getting to read so much. I read a book about Maynard Keynes. Does anyone know who Maynard Keynes is? You've heard most likely of Keynesian economics, which is a form of economic policy that kind of shaped like FDR's New Deal and shaped like post-World War II's kind of economic development and like investment in a lot of nations after the war and things like that. He's a really interesting guy. I'd always heard about Keynesian economics. You usually hear about it in like your, you know, first year college econ class, macro econ. But he's such an interesting guy. I read a biography about him, which I'm almost done with, and then like I immediately ordered his book, The General Theory of Employment, Interest, and Money, which I'm going to be honest, it's pretty dry. It's pretty dry. Very technical. Reminds me of like the philosophy books I used to read all the time. It's really interesting though. But I didn't understand his like economic policy as well as I thought I did. And I also didn't understand him as well as I thought I did. He was good friends with a bunch of really famous people. Yeah, Keynesian economics. He was born in like the end of the 19th century, so he lived through like the high Edwardian period, like at the end of the Victorian period, and he lived through like early World War I, and then the Depression era. He was really high up in government for a while in Britain. At first, they didn't take him seriously, and he was kind of ignored. And then he was actually pretty relevant and high up within like Britain's economic department and like treasury there, and was a big part of like, I think it was George Lloyd's government, which was like in between World War I and World War II. And he was like a big proponent for basically like actual public investments and like allowing banks to become like the arbitrators of like inflationary policy. Like nowadays, you've probably heard about like the US Fed, which like is the most powerful economic regulation entity in the world, like increasing or decreasing interest rates. Right? The most relevant effect of that is like if you want to buy a house, right? If interest rates are set high by the Fed, buying a house sucks because you have to pay more money, more interest. It's going to cost you more in the long term, which is versus when they lower interest rates, makes buying houses better. That's like the most obvious thing you've probably heard of about it. But banks and like government didn't used to regulate that intensely, right? It used to be that banks would just like produce currency and like collect gold for the gold reserves when every country was on the gold standard. And it was Keynes who really argued that banks have a much larger role that they can and should play. By the way, Angelo Torres got a new trait. We'll go for Trickster. That they have a really like a large job they can actually do, and he helped to kind of innovate that in Britain, which then America did do. His ideas, ironically, were like never got very popular in Britain, his home country. They got very popular in the US, kind of in like the post-World War I and World War II era, when all economic power in the world, as long as, I mean, just power in general, shifted from Britain to the US, and they started really utilizing like what he talked about, and was one of the reasons the American economy became so dominant, besides obviously the world wars. Anyway, super interesting guy, really interesting guy. He was good friends with Virginia Woolf, if you've ever heard of her. She's a really good writer. He was good friends with like T.S. Eliot and a bunch of other like really famous guys. He was a part of like this really cliquey social circle in London. They're very pretentious, and they treated him badly because he wasn't an artist, but I didn't know that about him. He was a super interesting guy. Loretta Cohen has died at 93, one of our scientists. We'll give her a parade. But anyway, that's been super interesting. And yeah, he was, Friedman is like a proponent for like pure free market economics. Like he's more like the classical economic doctrine, which is that the market naturally regulates and facilitates itself. And if you like try and interfere with the market in any way, government or otherwise, you're breaking it and all the consequences are yours. Friedman argues for like privatization of everything. He doesn't want government doing anything really. He just wants it out, right? Just pure economics. The idea that economics is a science, it will naturally regulate. It is like a natural force that when left to its own devices or without any regulation or any interference, it will work very well, which I don't personally agree with because there's no evidence to support that. But Keynes is much more the opposite. He argues that, you know, the Fed, banks, and the government need to interfere to promote economic growth and maintain good cycles of economic growth and things like that. Anyway, little rant, very interesting guy, monetarist. Yeah. It was our governing inspector, was it really? It was, yeah, that was our governing inspector. Our anti-corruption official who led the UNE for quite some time. We need to find a replacement for her. All right, ranting done. But if you've never looked up Maynard Keynes, I recommend it. He's a really interesting guy. Insulting Shitarian envoy. It appears that a mischievous third party was able to hack into the translation software of the Shitarian envoy to Earth. Laid up new, so that instead of uttering magnanimous platitudes, he began spewing vicious insults that left none unscathed. The malfunction of his equipment was duly uncovered, but not before President Antonia Mendez was declared to be a vile orc. Grave insult which surely calls for a response. We know what it was. We won't take it seriously. All right, governing inspector. This is a little tough, actually. Montelupa's got a big name behind her, but she's not that experienced, and she doesn't have skills really pertaining towards anti-corruption. Asilotakis is righteous, but he's also trade-focused, and we know how that tends to go. He used to work as a gas extractor. Nothing screams corruption quite like the Zimja gas manufacturing sector. Anatoly Anderson is by far the most experienced, but he's more just a pure politician. Oh no, they already have jobs, so it'll have to be Montelupa or Takis. Atkins is our Minister of State. We're gonna go for Attila Takis. He's got relevant skills. He's very righteous, so he'll be a good anti-corruption inspector. There's the Sentinel research. Oh man, it is so humid today. I've gotten like woefully used to the very cold, dry weather lately, which Ohio doesn't have, except for like winter. I hate humidity so much. Mainly because like I'm covered in body hair, every square inch. So humidity and me don't go well together. That's why living in the state is a little rough at times. Send more alloys to the AVR. Can. Hopefully this is actually having an effect here. They haven't put a lot of it into their fleet, it looks like, unfortunately. They have some cruisers at least. I'm gonna build a consumer good manufacturing complex on Luna Base. Anywhere we can build those, we're going to right now. We just need more of them, period. An abandoned life pod was detected in close orbit of TA-5504. It is covered in scorch marks, presumably from when the pod's mothership exploded, and preliminary scans suggest it was built more than 5,000 years ago. The crew of the Sojourner managed to open the pod, revealing the withered remains of a reptilian alien clad in a resplendent uniform. Clutched in one of his claws, a small picture of another individual from the same race, possibly a mate or revealed elder. That's sad. Sorry, buddy. Couldn't get here in time. All the consumer goods. Overcompensate heavily here. The spiders have been tamed, have they? I think you're right. Hold on, let's see if we can recruit them. We can't make like driders or like human marines riding giant armored spiders. That's a tragedy. Oh, giant arachnids. They're not hostile. That's all it did. I am incredibly disappointed. Roleplay wise, we have marine shock forces that ride armored spiders in the battle. Make no mistake. The game won't do it, the roleplay will, and those will be in the videos. I promise you that. Placated arachnids. As long as we keep feeding the native arachnid inhabitants of this world, we can stop them from eating us. Gotta do more than that. Marine shock forces. Absolutely. Do we know when our Superman will appear? You mean the event we got, right? I think another 5 years or so. I think it's 15 that he becomes a Paragon. The book I'm reading currently is about the guy who introduced statistics into baseball. Oh, Moneyball. Yeah. I've read part of that book. There's a good movie too. It's one of a trend of extremely similar murders at the start of the 20th century that hadn't been statistically put together before, and made a theory that there was an early serial killer he called the Man from the Train, which is the name of the book about it too. That's interesting. Kind of terrifying to think about how many serial killers there were in the past when like we didn't have a concept for it. What was that TV show I watched on Netflix back in the day that made me realize like how recently it was we like really started to like pursue that as what it was? Mindhunter? Did any of you guys ever watch that? It's a really good TV show. I was really sad when it got canceled. I don't like horror and murdery kind of stuff, but it was really well made. And it was about like the development of like the FBI in America in like I think the 50s or the 60s, when they first started to realize that like serial killers were a thing and that they were kind of common. And like it was only after this was discovered and the psychology of it was like begun to be discovered that they started pursuing serial killers for what they were. Prior to that, like, I mean, government barely existed in an organized entity in many ways. I'm gonna stop ranting, but like, no one pursued them for what they were. Like, it was just always isolated cases and it was never pursued, you know, and murders, normally you could get away with it, right? But it blows my mind, it wasn't until really around like 60, 50 years ago that we like understood what serial killers are and started to go after them. Like in an organized manner. That's terrifying, honestly. Yeah, we can get psionic armies now. I saw you have Lethal Company on your computer. What do you think about the game? I don't like horror games. I bought that because my brother really likes it. Well, actually, I didn't buy it. My brother bought it for me, which he asked me if I wanted to play it. And I was like, I don't know. I don't want to spend money on that. So he immediately bought it for me. And now I'm obviously, you know, I have to play it with him. We played it a few times. It's kind of fun. I got bored of it pretty quickly and I don't like horror. It's kind of fun at times. He really likes it, so I'm happy to play it with him, but not my favorite, that's for sure. I will never stream horror games. You guys don't want to see me playing horror. I just get so fucking scared. They have awoken. I watched Mindhunter 2 based off the true characters who were in the first FBI behavioral analysis. Yep. Yeah, super good TV show, really interesting. If you want something good to watch, check that out. The Sentinels have woken. The engineer team was just preparing to disassemble the broken Sentinel when a gentle shiver passed through the statues and they sprung to life, bodies humming and skin glowing. Radiation pulsated from their cores as made them malleable and transparent, revealing a digital grid of limbs. Before anyone could react, they had surrounded the archaeologists and suspended them within a force field. Now they wish to speak with us. The Sentinel with a broken arm turns to one of its peers and speaks. Please, Nirvana, set them down. I wish to be freed from this prison. I can no longer count the days we have served our masters, toiling on this earth while they enjoy the heavens below. I am alive but dead. They are dead but alive. Will you not let me go? Nirvana looks at her with disgust. Excelsior by the gods, keep it together. Our loved ones rest below. Have you forgotten our sin? We made a promise to guard their afterlives eternally. This is our only redemption. She sizes us up. You are no threat to us, human Stellaris. Leave us in peace and we will protect this planet eternally. We are guardians of the gates to heaven, keepers of our people's immortality. Heaven, yes. Though I doubt your concept of heaven matches that of our masters. He raises one eyebrow and snickers. Our masters are of a more refined taste. Oh, fuck you. Fuck you, arrogant alien pieces of shit. Yeah, I mean, they can stay. I don't really want to fuck with whatever technology they have, so. Interesting. We accept your protection. Oh God. This is a little dark. Excelsior approaches the archaeologist. Please, I beg of you to end my suffering. I mean, we got him. No creature should suffer against their will, ever. So, we will free her from her suffering. That's fucking dark. And we got 8 armies in Sanctuary. Oh, it'll take a little bit to spawn. That's sad and kind of wild. We accepted the protection. We did. We let her. She asked to die. We can't say no to that. You know how fucked up that is? But we accepted their protection, so hopefully we're all good and they won't get offended. It's fine. It's fine. Don't overreact. I'm a big believer in the right to death, which is a little gruesome and grim, but like, if someone doesn't want to live, I don't believe you have the ability to stop them, or should have the ability to. Like, I don't know. I'm a big believer in euthanasia, but like with the caveat that like they should, you know, be forced to reflect on it and go to therapy first. But if someone really doesn't want to live, I mean, that's their call. Such a wasted opportunity for a valuable asset. We still got 8 of those armies. We just didn't get the 9th. That's all it was, if you noticed from the event. We still have their protection on the planet, and we got 8 armies. We just didn't get the 9th because she's gone now, so it's fine. All right, I'm gonna take a quick break. I need to go to the bathroom, and I want to get something to drink. I'll be back. Send her to therapy. If there was an option, I would have. I'll be back in just a few, folks. I will return. We need more space. Dragoneer, we have quite a lot. Oh, it's for your pickled herring. Okay. That's true. We need multiple systems to store the Swedes pickled herring. So much of it. Change the music too. I do like the soundtrack. Yeah, we are going to terraform Venus. The question is what we're going to terraform it into. Senate is in session. Selective leadership proposed by the Regal House. You know that's not going to be good. The leaders of interstellar nations and entire planets must be highly educated and experienced individuals. Member states should devote more time and resources to those who are voted into power. Just pure elitism is what this is. No, we absolutely will oppose this, but it looks like we're going to be outvoted. The big proponents for are the Empire of the Dying Sun, the Senatus Genius Locus, the Sorosian Foundation, that's surprising, Ra Ademus, and the Arcitrex. We are supported by the Gavazul, Rumilia, Salvation Protocol, and the Vanguard. Yeah, this is elitism. We're way too egalitarian to support this. I love democracy. Very disappointing. We have our new colony, by the way, New Atlantis, which I believe was for the... Yes, it was. The Depriadiar. That's that species that we recovered from the rogue planet. We brought to Earth and they colonized the Atlantic and the Pacific. There's millions of them down there. And we have now given them their own world, New Atlantis. They're a very weak species, so we're going to build gene clinics to start. And I'm actually going to keep this planet completely devoid of robots for them. We'll just make it like purely, that's their species. We'll build a monument to remember their original planet. Oh, hail the class pyramid. Yeah, it was the terraform. All right, we did take the sector. Let's continue. We have another large fleet that they have prepared on AX-407. Pretty large, a lot of fleet power, and then there's a station there to back them up. They're awaiting our fleet. No, they're headed towards our fleet. Instead of running away, they are approaching us. Interesting. Maybe they know something we don't. That's also a damaged fleet. What the hell are they doing? If we knock this fleet out, it's the end of the war. They don't have another one. That's a little worrying. We should be fought. Our fleet is strong. It needs repairs, admittedly, but it's strong. That's like almost 100k fleet power right there, and I haven't even used our power-ups. Speaking of alloys. All right, this will be the last big one we'll send them. We'll dump another 1,300 alloys into the AVR and hope for the best. They've ended their rivalry. They still were the ones that locked up our ambassador when we tried to reconcile. You can end your rivalry all you want. We are not going to forget what you did. Got climate restoration. Okay, that's big. We can do a lot of terraforming now. Let's take a look at that. Starting with Sol. Find Sol here. There it is. The home of humanity. Where is Mars? 10,000 energy. We can do that. That is expensive. Mars is... Oh, forgotten little robot. Fuck. Y'all remember that message when like that came out? My battery is low and it's getting dark. Oh, that was sad. Okay, we'll go for Continental then. Start terraforming Mars, a huge moment for humanity. Our red, dusty friend will be a habitable world within a decade. And then Venus. I'll put this up to a poll. Folks, what kind of planet are we thinking here for Venus? Ocean. We got ocean. We have ocean. Ocean. I'm gonna throw continental in there. Desert. Okay. I mean, it wouldn't be the most habitable for us, but we could. Anything else, or is that it? Desert, arid. We'll go with those. Ocean, continental, arid, or desert. What's up, Pigeon? Thank you for the raid. What's up, man? How are you doing? How's it going, folks? I'm Hammurabae. I am a primarily roleplay streamer. We're currently playing some Stellaris here as the United Nations of Earth. This is part of a grand campaign I've been playing for a year and a half now, actually. Started in 1066 and still CK3, went through EU4, Victoria 3, Hoi 4, and we're now in Stellaris. We're around 120 years in right now. Pretty deep. Appreciate the raid. As always, Pigeon. Good to see you. Persistent petitioners. Our delegates in the galactic community are extremely persistent and will not take no for an answer. It might take time, but we will obtain what we desire. We are so powerful in the galactic community, but not enough. For example, we are not going to be able to stop selective leadership. It is kind of close. What if we sent more envoys? Could we kill this? Oh, because it's not like... I keep thinking of the old system where you could just spam envoys, but now you send one and it's based off of their skill level. That's unfortunate. Better system, honestly, but inconvenient. Maybe we could convince someone with favors. Let's see if we can pull the Arcitrex over. They owe us a lot. I really want to stop this. This is such an elitist proposal right now. All right, we're gonna call in all our favors with the Arcitrex. We'll call in our favors with Stormwell. Are they supporting it? They are. They're not very powerful, but we'll call them in anyway. Burning most of our influence here, have to be careful. The Gavazul are already supporting us. The Dorvan Socialist Republics are not. What about the Dying Sun? Let's call in our favors with them. Those who remember. We might be able to tilt this, let's see. I think so. Nope. That's unfortunate. We're so influential in the galactic community, but it's still not enough. Yeah, we are using our favors. It's still not enough. I play Stellaris without mods. This looks so intense. Yeah, I've got like 110 mods right now, Pigeon, or something like that. It's literally making my PC heat up like a furnace, but it's well worth it. Trade AVR influence for more support. They are not relevant enough to really be like a big factor, though, is the problem. We need to get like the Sorosians or the Dying Sun or the Ra'adimus to support us, and I don't think that's in the cards. Ocean, okay, we'll do Ocean for Venus. How close was it? Pretty close. We'll need to wait and save up a bit, though. Climate restoration is incredibly expensive. We'll make Rosen an admiral. Looks like we are going to win that battle there as well against that fleet, which is trying to fight us off. That's the last of the Purifier's fleets, by the way. With this, the pathway to their homeworlds is just going to be completely open, and we can end this war. I generally use modded CK3 to heat my... Dude, it's a real thing though. Like, Paradox games with enough mods will actually heat up the room. Like, folks, you know, I was just talking about how humid it is here and how it's kind of hot. I opened my door and I turned up the fans on my computer, and it is noticeably less hot in this room right now. Which, you know, it's not deep winter anymore, so I need to pull my fan back in here. We'll go for a galactic capital complex and go for imperial coordination to build a proper capital for the empire. And our federation went to level 2. Beautiful. Officer exchange. Interpretability and deployability of our combined fleet are greatly enhanced by conducting frequent naval exercises with command rotating between the flag officers of all member states. Welcoming nature, regardless of cultural or biological differences, growth of the Federation is to everyone's benefit. And federal envoys. The better future we're striving to build will only work if all beings are aware of what we mean to achieve. We intend to become a persuasive force at peace in the galaxy. We have an extra envoy. Who should we send that to? Hold up. Scrap Express is at war of the Locusts. It's the Treasury War. Someone didn't pay their debts, or what's going on there? They have no fleet. They're pretty close to us. I'm gonna send the envoy to the preservers. They're xenophobic, but they do kind of like us for some reason. They are a democracy. They take a research agreement. Yeah, we'll do that. Their tech's around our level. They're really strong, actually. I keep forgetting how strong they are. We're going to buy some of the Eclenian slaves and send them to... probably Nyland. They're very intelligent. No, those are the warlike ones. We'll send them to Hades. I get the money for it. I lost my train of thought. What was I just getting money for? Consumer price. We're chilling. We should take some planets from them and then democratize the rest. That's what we're planning to do. Let's see how hot my PC is right now. I kind of don't want to look. I might have to take a break because I need to be a bit careful here. Tarkov's been burning out my CPU lately too. No, it's not that bad. It cooled down a lot. That poor little destroyer getting lambasted by all our battleships there. I need to go now. Have fun with the campaign and don't die in glory to the almighty class pyramid. I'll see you around, Curse. Have a good weekend. Have a good evening. Can we make a Federation fleet? That's a good question. We cannot. We need to change the laws for that, I believe. You have to centralize. Before we can even agree to that, we would need to agree to it on our own terms. So we have another vote, ladies and gentlemen. You are all UNE Parliament members, and you'll be voting on whether or not we want to centralize the Federation, which will require us giving away some fleet rights and some general law rights to the Federation as a whole, but we'll make it stronger, and we'll make it more relevant in the galaxy. UNE Parliament. There you are, pull us up. Yeah, preservers are doing very well. They really are. I've been very surprised with what nations that players made have done very well, and then the ones that have not done so well. Like, I had a lot of bias or opinions on how this would go, and as always, Stellaris does not go the way you expected. The Regal House being so strong is kind of terrifying. They were my favorite species. I kind of just threw together to fill out like some more interesting ones. I didn't make lore for them, but I think a lot of their lore can kind of be assumed based on their actions and ethics. They're bad motherfuckers, but they're polite. They'll stab you in the back politely. Repeatedly. For fun. For the joy of it. Space EU we've already kind of made. I mean, that's the United Nations of space in many ways, right? It's kind of what this is supposed to be. It's a galactic union. We're centralizing it. It has economic and, you know, a limited amount of foreign policy. So it's kind of like just the early EU. The comparison I gave when we founded it was the European Coal and Steel Organization, right? And as we centralize it, it will become more like the EU or something like that. The EU is like the only example we really have to go off of, right? In the modern era, in real life. It's the only proper, like, cross-border international agreement that's had any level of centralization. I mean, there's some historical ones you could, like, kind of compare, like the HRE or, like, the Athenian leagues, things like that. But EU is kind of our only standard for that sort of thing. Sadly. I bet strong together. Who are the Regal House at war with? I didn't see. They are at war with Rumelia. Oh my. Who declared that? I don't know, but it looks like neither of them have managed to push at all. Speaking of wars that we are funding, how are the AVR doing? They're upgrading their fleet. They're building up their fleet. Good. I want to dump more allies into them, but I feel like they're a bit of a losing cause. They have taken one system. Oh, I wish we could do more. We can't get them association status because the other members do not want them in, unfortunately. They are kind of weak and they're far away, which is understandable, but they are a moral democracy in a galaxy full of immoral AI, ruthless conquerors, and all brands of degraded ideology. I really hope that they win this. I don't think they will. The Aurelians are just so strong. Maybe. See if we can do something to help them. We're gonna send a spy to the Aurelians. We'll send Omar Mullah, a former, an enforcer from Zemja, of all places. We are. Okay, we're gonna try and centralize the United Nations of Space to low centralization, which will allow us to make a Federation fleet. And we'll do majority votes. Yeah, everyone wants it too, so we'll pass that pretty quickly, which is good to see. Again, the Federation came out of the post-war era with those who remember, and the fact that we were not as strong as we thought, and the clear need for more cooperation at a higher level. Kind of like how the EU was formed, right? In like after a war, in regards to prevent it and to cooperate. All right, AO128 Prime. What the hell is this? Folks, we need a planet name, by the way. Wings of Orange has retired. We need a planet name. This is the terraformed world. We've turned it into a continental. It's got a lot of reefs, a lot of islands. Very rich soil. Oh my god, that's an agricultural world. Pretty big, 25 size, lots of crime as always. All of our frontier worlds seem to have that as a common theme. Demeter. Yes, absolutely. Good call, Dolphin. Demeter. His name even works for what it is. That's so perfect. Gene clinics and robotic manufacturing. We have a lot of slots open here, don't we? Then we'll build... What kind of world do we want to make this? Agrarian, honestly. This gonna be like one of our big food worlds. So we'll build food processing facilities. And then another city. There we go. Cool. Looks good. Yeah, God of Agriculture. It works so perfectly, doesn't it? Wow. When the stars in Stellaris align. Upgrade that monument from the crystalline catastrophe. Scientists have kind of run their course here. Is there anything left we can do at all? There is. We're at that point of the game, I just don't micromanage my scientists anymore. Just hope for the best, that they don't go into a black hole or something. Okay, let's keep building the hyper relays. Yeah, that'll work. We built orbital rings around Terra Nova. Build an orbital ring around Hades next. Our big, really important worlds. Oh, those look so cool, don't they? Build an anchorage, and then we'll build a trade hub too. I need a bit more alloys. I'm gonna buy them because I will forget to do this if I don't. Just for the roleplay, we'll build a trade hub there. And then we have, I think, a couple more upgrades we can do on Sol. On the orbital rings there. Yeah, we can. Planetary defense guns. Defense hangars. And a trade hub for roleplay. Oh. Gamal. Climate optimization stations. Food for farmer jobs, food from technician, minerals, or amenities from clerk, and trade value. We'll build a Gaigamal, given that Earth is literally the center for the galactic market in the galaxy. Or we're gonna build a gigantic shopping center on the orbital ring around Earth. That's hilarious. All right, we have gone to low federalization level, which means I think we can build a fleet. No. Fleet contribution. The other nations don't want to do it, actually. We don't have the support right now for fleet contribution. That's unfortunate. If there was an actual orbital ring around Earth, would you visit it? Absolutely. Why wouldn't you? Like, it depends on the price of it, right? But if you could go to like a ring overlooking Earth, I mean, who in their right mind would not want to do that? Black Star rivaled us. They're independent now, by the way, folks. They're no longer underneath the boot of the those who remember, and they do not care that we fought to free them at all. They are hostile. Let's try and send a diplomat at least. As insufferable as the Twaxta are, we will try and be friendly with them. We'll do our best. Ungrateful little shits as they may be. You know you would too, Orion. You go there immediately. I know you would. Favors isn't it a majority? The vote did pass already, I'm afraid. I used all our favors to try and stop it, but we weren't able to. We have selected leadership. Damn it. See what we're going for next. It's looking like natural sanctuaries will be the next voted on. Which we support. Natural space parks. We got Divine Empire, Empire of the Dying Sun, Teddy Roosevelt over there. You have to go after those corrupted avatars too. Stella knocked out that space station. I'd try to be the first person to bike around the whole thing. That'd be pretty cool if you could. One of the tragedies of our... I mean, we live in really fun, interesting times, mostly. But we won't get to see any of that space infrastructure get built for the most part. A little bit probably when we're older. We're lucky. All right. I have not done psionics or our leader stuff in a while, so let's go take a look at that as Antonia Mendez is still very much in charge. Let's go for a bit of science. She had a focus in physics, so let's try and get one in there for her. And then I think she has enough for some ruler campaigns. Yeah. I gotta follow Coach Thomas. When I was a kid, I thought we'd have flying cars by now. Dude, same. When you're young, I think you underestimate how much time things take to develop, because it's weird. It happens very slowly, but then like you'll take a moment to look around and realize how much has actually changed, you know? Like the biggest, back in ranting mode, I'll try and stop, but like the biggest, like almost sci-fi level thing happening right now is AI, right? I mean, we're not at like crazy levels yet, but especially with like generative art and generative AI stuff, which is moving very quickly and we're seeing it. That's a sci-fi kind of almost tech there, right, folks, that we are already normalized to. We think it's normal. We don't think it's that far. And in many ways it's not, but it's also there, right? That's crazy. But I wish we had flying cars instead. Or like Back to the Future's like floating skateboards. If only. Okay, we'll do nationwide broadcasts. Let's go ahead and forcefully awaken one of our leaders. Aha, we got it. Well, it is rare for psionic powers to manifest after adolescence. It's not unheard of. President Antonia Mendez has recently been displaying abilities that were suspected to be psionic in nature. After undergoing a thorough ESP test, she is identified as a Class 4 psionic. I knew it. Beautiful. Look at those stat bonuses. I knew it. She literally touched a time crystal and survived and became immortal. There's no way she doesn't have minor psionic abilities. Wonderful. Wonderful. She is the greatest leader we've ever had by so much. It's kind of crazy. Expertise, field manipulation, expertise, statecraft, spark of genius, psionic, and chronofuge. Perfectionist, researcher, collector of artifacts. Absolutely ridiculous. I've been enjoying the Torres legacy for generations, but I never asked, where does the inspiration for the name Torres come from? I'm not going to dox myself too heavily here. It was a really weird coincidence. When I was looking around for like where to start in the Grand Campaign, I knew I wanted to do it in the Mediterranean just because I've always found it to be such an interesting area. It's kind of central. There's a lot going on. We'd be connected to everything, you know, politically in all the games, essentially, right? That was the big reason I wanted to do it in the Mediterranean. And I know it's kind of like Sardinia, but there's a lot of places I thought about. I thought about like the Mallorcan Islands. I thought about like the Aragon kind of area. I thought about North Africa, Italy, etc. But when I was looking through like the starting regions in Sardinia, I found Torres, and it appealed to me. I'm trying not to dox myself here, but that name is one of the family names. It's not my last name, but it is one of the ones from my family, which there's a lot of interesting history behind. I was like, whoa, that's crazy. And then I went on a Wikipedia binge and I read about kind of like the post-Byzantine history of Sardinia and the family, which there's some known about, but not too much. And I was like, that's really cool. So it's their actual name though. Like I didn't just like invent it. It was like the Torres family were a thing. The starting character, Andrea Torres, was a real person in real life. He existed. We don't know a ton about him. We know like a bit of the fact that he went with obviously the Pope and like, you know, Catholicism instead of the Orthodox faith during the schism, right? We know that he was involved in bringing in lots of basically monks with the support of the Pope to Sardinia and things like that. But not a lot is known about him, but he is a real person. And I just found the name interesting, kind of connected. And then I found the history interesting. So I guess that's the rough inspiration for it, if you can call it that. Kind of cool. It's like, could you imagine all the spin-off technology of being able to free range a floating loft even 6 inches off the ground? Yeah, but you need like gravity shit for that. Or like the ability to store so much fucking power in a small space. Neither of which we have. Those who remember the Dark are claiming our systems again. That's worrying. That is very worrying. We need to build up another choke point over here with them. We have Miai Station. We're gonna need to retrofit this baby right here. Oh, wait a bit, I don't have enough alloys, but we need to retrofit Milai Station into a fully defensive one in case those who remember come south towards our new territories that we've taken from the Chosen. Our other 2 choke points with them are very strong, right? Hoth Station That is a very strong station. They're not going to break through that. Same with Lanil. Lanil we do need to upgrade to, actually. That Hoss station. Yeah, pretty strong there. All right, we secured it. We're going to send in the Marines now. We need a new commander. We'll send in Bondu Nokshin. We'll resend him from Bespin to lead our armed forces and send him to take those planets on AX-407. Whilst we do that, let's go knock out their capital out of the war. My fleet here. Defense, huge. For adaptive shields next as well. The goddess president. Borderline. But yeah, the Torres family was real. You can find, they even have Wikipedia pages, a couple of them do. We obviously went off history very quickly, but still. Bespin Prophet Desire. The young colony on planet Bespin has become an attraction destination for smugglers and crooks of all stripes. More and more inhabitants of the New World are seeking to become mired in corruption and illegal trade in alien goods. Every one of our new colonies goes that way for a while. Without fail. Where does this wormhole go? It goes into Doran space as well. It goes over here. Right next to the Rubicanoid area. That's on the border of the Boki and the Dwarfs. That's a really good planet that we could actually take and colonize, but we'd have to defeat those fleets. If we win this war timely enough, I'm going to send our fleets in and we're going to try and take that system. Might piss off the Dwarves, but all this land might be taken by the Boki anyway. Oh man, they have destroyed the Dwarves. That's tragic. All their planets are occupied? Yeah, it's... Oh, okay. How the Avi are doing as well. 2 systems taken. Their fleet's up to 25,000. Those alloys we're sending them are being put to use. They're starting to really build up some fleets here. Do they have a shot? They might. Try not to get hopeful. But I'm hoping they win this war. I'm gonna do it. I'm doing it, ladies and gentlemen. I can't help myself. We're sending them another 1,000 alloys. I believe in democracy. We believe in the AVR. We must put our alloys where our ideology is. God, Empress Mendez. Yeah, she's egalitarian. She's lovely. She's a great leader in all ways. I'm just waiting for her to get like corrupt or something, you know, new trait. So competent though. Ladies and gentlemen, I may be simping a little bit for Antonia Mendez. She may be 100 years old, but I mean, what's not to like? She's a lovely woman, lovely human being. We really need to fix that consumer good deficit, though. That will help. Sanctuary could actually use some more housing. I'm gonna make sure we have like sector governors here as well. We built the Technological Institute and the Research Institute. Nyland would just be a wonder. Like, look at this. Just research labs everywhere and like a little bit of support infrastructure. And then the Technological Institute, which is like the crowning achievement of like construction and of scientific progress for the UNE. Probably for the United Nations, like of space as well. This thing is monstrous. He has an empire-wide bonus to shield damage and research speed for physics. Ah, beautiful. A great world. See if we can do anything to support it here. Fast growth, definitely. Distribute luxury goods. Strength and diversity. That'll just attract even more people to the planet. We want those jobs filled as quickly as possible. Open arms, we have completed our council agenda. It'll give us even more growth from immigration, trade value, and xenophile ethics attraction. It's a very egalitarian era of peace and prosperity. Here, Antonia Mendez. We'll do build relations. We're doing a lot of foreign policy right now, so we should get the council to support those efforts. We'll make him a celebrity. All right, sectors. Do we have governors? We don't for New Vegas, a sector. Let's get a governor there. Who do we have? Anyone not busy? Here's the shroud so she can become the chosen one. She's immortal. If anyone will get it, it'll be her. We gotta awaken more of our leaders first, though, before we start piercing anything. You might need a new governor here, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I think we do. All right, let's see who we've got. I do want to recruit internally, because this is the region controlled by the humans from the American faction. "6 years old? Oh, the game bugged. We're gonna ignore him. We'll go with her then. Commander revealed as a psychic. Ruthvika Sharma has recently been displaying abilities that were suspected to be a psionic nation. Wonderful. We have an actual psionic commander. That's huge. And I'm going to buy consumer goods. Buy around 30. I want to drive the price up too much here. Psionic generation, yes indeed. This is like I think the third big generation kind of coming into full power and effect here. And they are very psionic, that is for sure. Fuck, we had a crash. We're getting there. Unfortunate. I'm relaunching. God damn it. Two crashes today. That's not good. I'm gonna do some testing this week and see about removing a couple of the mods for next week, I think. Maybe look at the crash log too. Should be fine though. My friend just ran in the room and threatened my life. Should take some judo classes. That's my advice. Can we invite other empires into the Federation? No. No one else supports anyone else joining right now. Fortunately. Oh, that's it. Doesn't want to stay up. We gotta stare at my Steam page for a moment here, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. The middle of February. You guys ever just like lose track of time, like days in the month, because you're doing stuff, and then like you stop and look at the calendar and you're like, what the fuck? I've been doing that a lot lately. Our greatest foe today is not the purifiers, but the computer. It is. Whoever mentioned it was right though. It's all those AI pops being like just mass produced right now that are lagging the galaxy. I might have to go in and do some questionable like removal of those species. You can always spawn in some Grey Goose ships. Yeah, the L gates is probably the way to go here. It'll be catastrophic, but I want to open them. It's just we need to get one more L gate. I think one more L gate insight and we can open ours. And then we'll probably get the Tempest. Well, we've got plenty of time, folks. I'm streaming for at least another probably 2 hours, I'd say, maybe 3. I do want to try and edit, like, and see if I can get that in the next Grand Campaign video for tomorrow tonight as well, but we'll see. I still got a ways to go on it. That terrain video I put out took so much time. I think that's the longest I've ever spent editing a video and doing research and stuff. That was a lot. It took me a couple weeks. The Garks have a lot of consumer goods. Maybe a trade deal with them. That's a good idea, Bombadilin. We should do that when we get back in. I need to start doing more of those trade deals, honestly. It'd be funny if we get the empty cluster. Dude, I've had the worst luck with the Grey Tempest, I swear. Like, I've said this 100 times, but when I first started streaming on Twitch before I had a YouTube channel, I streamed Stellaris, like, exclusively. And I did a couple playthroughs with, like, my 0 viewers. It was fun. Just talking to myself, going crazy. Dolphin, if you're still here, you were like the first one to watch me consistently when we just used to hang out and play Stellaris and Hoi 4. Every fucking Stellaris game I streamed when I started, I got the Great Tempest. Every one, every single time, and I lost a couple of them until like I went online and I read like how to defeat them, which at the time I don't know if that's still the case, and I also have a mod on that makes them stronger, which is great. But you just like built massive fleets of torpedo boat corvettes, and then you could knock out their fleets, which finally started to work. I don't think that'll work for us though, because again, I have a mod on that makes them rougher, so we'll see. I think I've gotten the Great Tempest, like, I want to say like 75% of games I played in Stellaris where I've opened it, or other people have, which statistically shouldn't be a thing. Yeah, Dolphin. Yeah. You remember, you watched my early Stellaris games, right? I know you watched all my Hoi 4 ones, but did you see my like early Stellaris games at all? Because I think you started watching me when I was playing like Kaiserreich and Hoi 4 and stuff, but I think I was still doing some Stellaris then. I'm not too sure. It's been a while. I was like 2.5 years ago. A long time. Yeah. I would rant about something right now, but I think I'd just get so distracted we wouldn't play. So, trying to stay on mission here, folks. I'd like to start doing more than one stream a week again, because when I do Grand Campaign, like I try and focus really on the game, because the Grand Campaign is like, obviously, you know, I'm turning them into videos very consistently, and there's so much going on, I kind of have to stay in key. That's why I like doing 2 streams a week, because like Grand Campaign, I tend to focus in more, and then I do another stream where I just spend like half the time ranting about shit, which I like to do again, but I don't know if I'll be able to make the time for it. The King of America? Who? Was that a playthrough I did? Was that like the MacArthur playthrough? The UNE would probably still fortify the L gates just in case. They would, but not like a full citadel. We'll build up a station there, but it won't be huge. We'd probably bring the fleet for it. Like, we're not stupid. It's a giant gate made by people we don't know, and we don't know where it goes. It's not like a wormhole, so we'd probably send the fleet there. We build up a station, but we wouldn't go max. That's what we'll do. Oh, Hoi 4 Millennium Dawn. Oh, that cursed monarchist playthrough. Yeah. What's the plan for when the council forms? Will the UNE be in it? Yeah, we have the most diplomatic weight in the galaxy, so we'll be on it. How we will act in it, I don't know. I think that'll be based off of who our president is, how the policy of the United Nations of Space is at the time, and like who's in our council, right? Like it's the same question of like how does the U.S. behave in the Security Council in the UN, right? It depends entirely on who's in charge, you know. So it's not an easy question to answer. But I feel like we'd be pretty very involved, right? We wouldn't be afraid to overrule things and things like that. Because we're pretty influential diplomatically, we've got a pretty big fleet. We have a very, 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 very strong diplomatic corps. So we're not gonna be afraid to throw our weight around for what we believe in, especially given a lot of the other very big diplomatic powers in the galactic community are much more, what's the word? What's the polite word? Aggressive and less democratic. I want to try something. I think this might help a little bit. I know I did this before and wasted time, but I want to see if this helps with like potentially the crashes too. Because I think it's just the game's taking up so much processing power. Bear with me. Made by nanobots. I still can't figure out how to get rid of those YouTube notifications. You know when the zombie pops up like that? I think you guys can see that on your screen right for the stream. It's from YouTube, it's not from Twitch, and I've never figured out how to get rid of those. Any UNE votes you can think of. Up to y'all. If you got one, I'll throw one up for free if you got an interesting one. On there. I'm gonna do some gardening on my games while we wait, I guess. Is House Ficomont still in power in the US? 100% yes. Absolutely. I need to rename the governor that I just set to New Vegas's sector to be a Ficomont as well. It'll be the daughter of that previous one who was the first governor of New Vegas. Because the Ficomonts kind of run that sector of space more or less, right? That was the deal they got. We wouldn't have done too much to kind of stop that, I would say, for the most part. For the most part. Can't tab at anything, or it makes me close to ours. In the UNE Congress, how does the delegation work? Does the nation state have a representative? So the way I kind of went for it is like basically just a rip-off of like the US's system in a way, but also like the proposal for the UN originally, which was to have a parliament. So there would be an assembly, which would be like one like nation on Earth would get one representative, and then there would be another body which would be proportional to population, right? So there's both, kind of like the Senate and Congress in the US and other nations, but a little bit different, right? There would only be one representative per nation on Earth, and then there would be the parliament, which would be proportional to population. It would be more powerful. Then we've got the court at the higher level, right? So, and then the UNE president is just voted on across the board by everyone on Earth. So there's no like electoral system or anything like that. It's just like pure voting numbers. Incredibly centralized. Like the UNE government on like Earth and her systems is very centralized. Non-Earth planets would have representatives as well. So they'd be seen as nations, which would give more power to Earth and probably be very controversial, right? Like there's not many nations left on Earth, but each of those would get one delegate in like the Senate. And then each planet would get one representative, which would get pretty unpopular now that population's rising in places like Terra Nova, right? But the parliament, which is proportional to population, would still be the same across all non-Earth planets too. So every colony would have at least one, I would assume, as well, just for fairness. The removal of the Senate. That's a constitutional amendment there, man. Like, you need to get the UNE Supreme Court, you need to get like the Senate and the Parliament to agree to that. I don't know if I'm just trying to like think how that could realistically be done, because like the Senate won't remove itself and you'd need them, right? If you have a convincing argument on how that could be done with the UNE bureaucracy, I'll make a poll for it, but I don't know. I can't even begin to think how that could get changed. Yeah, you need the Senate. It would take the removal of the Senate against their will, like Palpatine style. A referendum? We haven't made a precedent for that though. It's Parliament and the Senate and then the Council who makes decisions. There's no real precedent for a referendum. Who would be pushing that as well? It wouldn't be Antonia Mendez, right? I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll make the second most popular candidate who runs against Antonia Mendez in the next presidential election be wanting to do what you're saying and fight for a referendum and remove the Senate. And we'll start with that. It's got to be semi-realistic. There has to be like a build-up to it. So we'll start with one of the big candidates running against Antonia Mendez, really trying to like, she's so popular, it'd be so hard to beat her. So like one of the ways like another candidate who's semi-popular will try and basically compete with her is to demand like dramatic, really crazy reform, which is what you're proposing, right? So something to really stand out from her, which will be removal of the Senate, which would probably be very popular on non-Earth worlds, right? So it's a way she could put, he or she, or they could potentially like win the election. So let's start with that. That is interesting. We'll start it that way though. That's the plan. So if you want to support this, you'll have to vote against Antonia Mendez, essentially. Wish there was a way to convert certain GSG maps into setting maps or like really granular world games, Storm Fortress, Cataclysm, Dark Days. What's a GSG map, Orion? It's like how a lot of social democratic parties wanted to get rid of the upper house. Yeah, it would be a party and a candidate platform to start with, before like any essentially non-constitutional actions would be taken here. I've not fully fleshed out the government system of the UNE either. Like I didn't write a constitution for this, folks, I'm afraid. If you expected that, I did not. I just have a general outline of how I thought the government would run. Fail RP on my behalf, I will say. Not building a constitution for the UNE. I disappoint myself. Okay. I need everyone to stop what they're doing. Everyone, including me. Guys, we all have psionic powers possibly now, at least latent, so I need everyone to channel their psionic powers into making my PC not crash. We gotta use it if we've got it. I can also threaten it. I used to threaten my old computer a lot, and that works sometimes. Occasionally. It did happen. Appreciate it. Okay. See how far we get here. I'm gonna try one other thing as well. I'm gonna follow Streta Gunard. See if my play works out here. I massively reduced the refresh rate, so the game will look a bit worse. Oh, we have a hard crash, I think, happening. No, we're good. Okay. Be patient here. Okay. We might be fine. We're still getting lag, obviously, but I'll probably knock off some mods for next week. Game will look a little bit worse, but it'll run a bit better too, which is nice. We need it at this point. We've hit just the pure population amount. Okay. No longer optional. Ooh, that's not what I wanted. For build relations. Give Talku perfectionist. And then I am going to start buying consumer goods and selling alloys. Who was it you said had a lot of consumer goods to trade for? Someone said there was a bunch somewhere. The Gark. No, we're not trading with fucking slavers, whoever said that. What mods am I running? I'll give you the whole list right now. A lot. A couple of them are a little incompatible, but it works pretty well for the most part. Only a couple crashes in the campaign so far, and we're pretty deep. If you would like the mods to play yourself or just to look at, there they are. Someone suggested a good poll. Referendum on a modification of the UNE Constitution. The representation in the UNE Congress should be based on planets. Oh boy, the United States of Earth will lose their vote in the UNE Assembly, but will be given honorary observer seat in the Assembly. Are you saying completely remove, like, the Earth's voting right? That is incredibly dramatic and would never pass if that's what you're saying, if I'm understanding you correctly. There's not a chance in fuck. Earth's got too many people. They'd outvote that. And other planets wouldn't do that, I don't think. If you mean just make the Senate be voted on by planets and Earth has one vote, that's more reasonable and could be done. That I could see happening. More than one vote for Earth. You mean like they get an extra one? As in like they get the special like extra vote kind of thing? Is that what you mean? That would make sense too. Earth would be more willing to back that, I'd say. That's reasonable. Okay, I'll propose that one. So it would be that basically the Senate, instead of being like one vote for planet and one vote for the nations of Earth, would change to every planet gets one vote, including Earth, and then Earth gets a special one, given that they're the founding state and they have like just so many more people, right? So that I think could be doable. That'll be voted on in Parliament. Senate reform. So this would have the effect of making Earth a lot weaker politically and making a lot of the outer worlds way more powerful. So other species would also get more influence, right? Like the Yesnoni, planet of Zimja, and things like that. So all the Yesnoni would be voting for that, overwhelmingly. And most of the colonies would too. Unless they're just like hardliners from Earth, like their families from Earth. So that'd be kind of hard to stop. But it's way more doable than just removing the Senate entirely. Okay, sector governor, I think we need 2 again. Yes, we do. Leader. Folks, we need a name for the daughter of the old governor of New Vegas. What do we think? So she'll be American from that family, the royal family. What's her name again? Someone just said it. I should know this, but my brain's not working right now. Fecal. How could I forget? Evergreen? Evergreen. I could see it. Evergreen. Will be the new governor of the New Vegas sector. She's not very competent, and she's a spy. That fits. She's just basically working for her family. The fecal months would be very good at that, given the amount of times they'd put down any discontent with their rule. Veronica. Lincoln? A woman named Lincoln. I mean, possible. No, I've met women named Lincoln before, actually. That's not true. I have. I think once in college. I met a Lincoln. Veronica? She's the type of planetary sector to make chicken Alfredo Parmesan her personality. See about sending more alloys to the AVR as well. Incoming transmission. The rust? What rust? Oh, that rust. Just scrape it off. Scrape, scrape, scrape. It is new. Merkjada or Merk is offering us something. We have ore. Rich, luminous ore, torn right from the stone, sparkling minerals for the UNE. But we hunger. We thirst. Grant us 1,000 food, and we shall give you builders, your makers with 500 minerals. That is not worth it at all. No. They tried to scam us. Listen, if you need like a humanitarian aid package of food, we've got you, but don't try and rip us off. That's insulting. All right, we are gonna go for that then. Yes at 8, no at 5, and abstains at 2, meaning the UNE Senate will formally change. So all planets will have one vote, and I think we have 16 planets now. Count them. 6, 10, 12, 17. We have 17 planets. There's 17 votes plus an extra for Earth, which is a total of 18, meaning power politically is going to shift heavily away from Earth, because although they again have like a lot of the population, it's still not enough to really dominate Parliament, and they now can no longer kind of have total control in the Senate. So that's a huge reform. It'd probably make a lot of people on Earth pretty upset and pretty resentful towards the colonies, but it's also understandable, right? Very understandable. Make him an industrialist. I mean, there would have been calls for that for quite some time now, given the amount of people who were out in the colonies, and probably the pretty unfair representation that would be giving in the Senate to humans versus other species, right? Because we are very much multi-species now. Let's look at the breakdown really quickly of our demographics. Humans are still the majority, right? 41% of the population is still human, but that means over half of the population is not human. If we remove robots, which don't have voting rights because they're not intelligent, besides the war form, of course, and a couple of robot pops which would have migrated here and been intelligent, so there would be some. Humans make up around, I'd say, 50% of the population in terms of voting rights. So that's a lot of people who kind of effectively weren't second-class citizens per se, but would have, like, their vote would be weaker, right? In the same way that, like, in the American states, someone's vote from North Dakota is way stronger than someone's from California. Different situation and reasoning, but similar concept, right? So it'd be a really big, important progressive reform, but it still would make a lot of people on Earth pretty unhappy. You know, they are the home of humanity. Why would they not get extra votes? And a lot of the nations on Earth would be pretty unhappy. I think that would probably result then in the fecal months probably trying to centralize more control on New Vegas, on the sector there. Never put that leader in charge either, did I? One moment. Where's Fecalmont Jr.? Which is kind of interesting. Is the Chagatai royal family around? Sure, they'd have no power though. Remember, the Chagatai went communist in Hoi 4. So they'd be around, but they wouldn't be that relevant. They would have had all their wealth stripped from them. They'd be prestigious, you know, and maybe they would have come back from that, but nothing like the Fecalmonts or the Torres family in Italy and Europe, right? Nothing comparable. shall we build? Nova's kind of become like an all-around world. It's very industrial, but still has some of its agricultural base originally. It's a lot of people, right? Gigantic cities. Almost comparable to Earth at this point. Build an energy plant. Unity assembly vote is out of stock. Completely? I know I did limit it, but I thought it was timer based, not session based. I can change that if it is. Do not mind. All right, we are hitting JE 174. We are now one jump away from the capital of the Chosen. They have a very big station there, though. Will be winnable, but not easy. Oh, they're habitat species? No, that was founded. Okay. Mariani's the capital world. I'm really gun shy about crashes now. Every time it starts to freeze. 14 minutes to next use. Sounds good. Can I build archaeologies? What are those, Orion? We have 41 divisions of army and marines coming right now to hit their worlds under the command of Bonduk Nukshin. We need to make some psionic troops, though, I will say. We haven't done that. We'll build some on Hades. We'll make 5 divisions of human psionic forces and then 1 of Eclenians. Do 2 more. Bunch of psionic armies. We'll recruit those and train them on Hades and send them to meet up with the rest of our forces under Bonduk Sheen after. You can activate something. The replicator. I don't think we'll use that. I will use the Omith though. We need another 219 rare artifact. You can trade for those, can't? I'm gonna see if I can trade so we can open that, get that Elgate insight here. Let's see if anyone has any they want to give away. I think they are tradable. If anyone has them though. No. I do not want to give them away at all. I mean, they are very useful. It's understandable. We might just have to be patient here, honestly. They want to sell their relic? An AI architect? No, they won't do it. Oh my god, that's expensive. We could trade for it, though. The fuck would that take? There's no way we can afford that. Yep, that doesn't look like it's gonna happen, I'm afraid. We'll just have to wait. We are producing them, it's just very slowly, and I've been using them for so many different things here. Do one. They have living metal? Of all people, the dying sun will sell us minor artifacts. That's hilarious. All right, how many do we need? That's so funny. We need 220. Well, they stopped rivaling us, so. All right. Out of convenience, we'll end our rivalry with them. And we'll trade for what we need. What do you want? What about minerals? Absolutely not. What about... I'm not giving them alloys. We might have to. Fuck. Yeah, we will. That's hilarious. Curators. I haven't looked at a lot of the like NGOs in a while, have I? We've never met curators, salvagers, marauders, mercenaries, and then the trader league. But not any curators. I'm sure they're around. Let's see if we can get some more star charts here, actually. There's a few up here that might be able to get some maps of. Problem is, most people around us. The Shagodians don't hate us anymore. That's really nice. Okay. The Grelric like us. There's still a prospectarium of who was it? The Radimus. Who also like us. Senate ambassador. See if they have consumer goods as well. And the Cerosians. There were the Shadians. Peaceful traders, scientific directorate. They don't hate us. Work very well. What about minerals? Yeah. What's the going rate on the market? Let's make sure we don't get scammed here. Around 4 a pop. We can get a 2 for 1. That's a really good deal for minerals. Just want to get a better picture of the galaxy here if we can, with anyone we can. The High Rulership's actually friendly. We're pretty popular in the galaxy. I mean, it helps actually having like a competent diplomatic corps, to be fair. Much like in real life diplomacy. Does go a long way. I would imagine, given the resources we put into it, our diplomats, we have so many, we have 13. They'd be pretty common to find throughout the galaxy at this point. Yeah. Why would the Radimus need minerals? What am I doing? The one thing they absolutely don't need. Alright, let's see what that does. The human leader of a majority alien planet. For which planet, Asus? As a human leader of a foreign planet now, after all. Which one? Well, yes, they are the home of humanity. Isn't the only place humans live and die now? Some humans might not even consider Earth their birthplace. No, they wouldn't. Right? That happens very quickly. It's been over 100 years. A lot of people wouldn't see themselves that way. I think that every human in the Empire would be at most 3 generations from Earth. Might ask for your Stellaris wisdom, because after watching you play last week, I started playing again for the first time in 2 years. Yeah, go for it. I'm not the best. I'll do my best to help you out, man, but Stellaris, I can play, but I'm not super good at it. There's a couple good people on YouTube I really recommend if you want the experts. Like Montu Plays has some good tutorials. And then there's another guy too. I forget his name. But there's some really good YouTubers. I'll give you any advice you want, but I'm not the expert. A-Spec, yeah, he's good too. Who's the one that's got that really like high voice? Like Eastern European, like really like high voice. His tutorials are great, but like it's a little jarring to listen to him at first. Go for environmental engineer for Igor Knight. Which would be more powerful, the fecal months or the Tauruses? Fecal months. Depends. I mean, I think in terms of, at this point right now, the fecal months. In the past, probably pretty equal, maybe Taurus more. When we started this game, I'd say Taurus, now it'd be the fecal months, because essentially they have like a whole sector, it's not like theirs, right? But they have a lot of interest, and they were given like monopoly rights on what's it called? New Vegas, right? For mining. And when Zimja was colonized and added to the New Vegas sector, they would be getting a lot of that money from the gas refineries, right? You know, and sanctuaries manufacturing. So the fecal mods are just so wealthy. I'd say they are probably much more influential now. The Torreses obviously would have, you know, economic interests in businesses owning things in other planets and things like that, especially Terra Nova, but I mean, the fecal mods are just in a good position. There's a lot of people in New Vegas now, right? It produces a lot of resources. So they would be pretty powerful economically, you know, and politically, of course, too. Not necessarily a question on what is best. My question is, I was playing a genetic ascension, but dealing with a million different species is tedious and requires so much micro. Yet I am not sure I want to play a xenophobic single race empire or go syncretic ascension. Thoughts? Is there some option I'm missing? So you just don't want to deal with a lot of different aliens is your empire. Is that what I'm hearing? In that case, go to your, like, you can play xenophobic without being a xenophobe. The way you do that is it's your edicts and your policy. So you want to go to refugees and say refugees not welcome. So people just, other species just won't be joining your empire, right? And then you deny all migration pacts with anyone. The two main ways you're going to get alien like your species pops into your empire in Stellaris is going to be refugees, because if you have this on, anyone can just come here, right? If their planet is bad, if they're able to move, if a planet gets destroyed, they will come into your borders if you have good planets with good jobs and like high amenities, right? They'll come if you have refugees on. Or you could just say citizen species only. Then the other way you're going to get people primarily is by migration pacts. If you agree to a migration pact with another empire, we have a lot of them, your pots will leave and go to their planets, and their pots will come to you and join you. And if you have enough of them, they'll have them with other species. So you'll start getting species that you don't even have a migration pact with, right? So if you want to be a little xenophobe with like mainly your species, but not be a xenophobe, turn off refugees, don't do migration pacts. You'll have a lot less of them. If I'm understanding your question correctly, I think that should answer it. I like playing, you know, the cosmopolitan democratic empire as we're doing right now with like all the species. See how many we have in our borders right now. Boki, Depriadiar, Eclenians, humans, Jaskavaz, robots, Shatarians, Aviar. Oh, we have 2 Aviar, nice. Twaxidar, and then Yesnoni. So we got a lot of species. I like that. I think it's kind of cool. Decker Oldman, our commander, we will make prudence. We got to be careful here, actually. They have a fleet semi-close. We're going to finish off that station, and I'm going to go knock out the other fleet. They managed to just pump out a 22k fleet there. I don't know how. So we got to go knock that out here before we send in the Marines. Purge the Xenofilth. A true Stellaris player, I see. So are we on better terms with both human-like space nations? Are we still wary? We're pretty friendly now with the Vanguard, because we're just at that point we're not hostile. We're cordial of each other. You know, obviously they got founded after stealing a UNE, like, you know, colony ship, right? And they were very politically different than us. But now there's a lot more similarities between us than differences. And then the Empire of the Dying Sun, we've been like hostile to for a little while after they literally, without proper cause, took our diplomat and imprisoned him. We were rivals, but we'll try and reestablish the embassy. Let's see if they lock away another one of our envoys here. Like, Jesus Christ. I'm not going to send in an ambassador, though. Not for a while. It would be considered too dangerous. They might just imprison that one like they did the other. But we will set up an embassy. We'll man it with like neutral robots or something. Is it possible to merge 2 species into a whole hybrid species? Not that I'm aware of. If you have, if you turn on the option when you start a game, and if you get, I think it's an Ascension perk, you can basically have hybridization of species. I don't know if my mods have it. Let me look. But there's an Ascension perk that lets, like, it allows for a project where you basically make all species be able to have children with each other. It takes a lot. It's an Ascension perk too. Yeah, xenocompatibility. So if you have to turn this option on when you start the game. It's one of the game settings. It will lag your game a lot. It kills your FPS. But if you turn this on, then yeah, you can make compatible, like that kind of thing happen. But I don't think you can like manually like merge species together. At least I've never found a way to do that. I don't know. Alrighty, it's time. What's the dates for this one? 2323. Antonia Mendez, of course, will be running for re-election. Her platform is "Look at what I've done" and marvel. I'm going to have, who would run against her right now? Evergreen Ficomont hasn't proven herself. Lucila Montelupo has not proven herself. Atkins and Takas are in her government, probably wouldn't. Angelo Torres will obviously have political aspirations, but he's literally fighting the War of the Chosen, so we're going to wait on him. He'll probably just plan to run in the future. We'll have only one other candidate run, Aludania, who, given he is a Yesnoni, will promise to essentially expand the rights of non-Earth worlds and for non-human species, and to focus much more on what's scientific progress across the board and expansion on psionics, as well as being obviously careful with it. But essentially his platform is just going to be, he can't fight Mendez on economic policy or politics, right? But he'll argue that he's going to do more for non-humans, right? Try and split the vote, right? That's his plan. So Aludania or Antonia Mendez. Only two options this time. I'll catch you on Orient. No, I wouldn't say he's a Yesnani nationalist. I think he's much more of like, he's a very smart, he's very capable, but he thinks he'd do a good job as president, and he's ambitious, right? So he's just trying to split the vote and find like the only real path to victory. Expanding on like the changes in the Senate, expanding on maybe like the judiciary courts to include like, you know, non-Earth representatives and things like that. Expand basically the rights of non-Earth like colony planets as well as non-human species. So just a clear attempt to split the vote down the middle, but for issues that people would care about in the UNE. That's compared to Mendez, who has now running for her 4th term, is probably one of the most competent and well-respected leaders in UNE history, and it's just incredibly impressive. Her achievements are numerous. Let's hope we can hit this fleet in time here. No, he wouldn't promise to get rid of the Senate. He probably would be promising to remove Earth's 2nd vote, though. He'd probably promise that. So it'd be completely fair and equal. Honestly, at this, I'd say that most Yesnani have integrated into human society and probably fellow human religious. I wouldn't say necessarily that. I think there'd probably be like a broad UNE culture, given like the HoloNet's a thing, right? So it's like the internet in space. So like there's a bit of a shared culture for most UNE regions. There's differences between nations and colonies and species, but there's like a general culture for sure. And the Yesnani are fairly integrated, as one could be in something like that, right? Talented General uncovered. Aleko Lam, a local general from New Vegas, has impressed visiting UNE Army officers with her leadership abilities. Where do I sign? Let's hire her immediately. We need more governors, actually. We'll put her on one of the colony worlds to start and see how she does. We'll send her to Bespin, where we have that crime issue. See how she does there, and if she does well, we may give her other postings. You and our citizens love football. Yeah, roleplay wise, football is definitely like the sport of the UNE. Who was it? Special Scientist Commander. I clicked yes, didn't I? Yeah, we got another one. Oh my god, that's Aleko Lam. Skirmisher, Psionic, hard 2, he's hard as fuck, entrepreneur, talented, Jesus Christ, 37 years old. Wow, that is a very good young talent. Like I said, we'll send her to the Bespin. If she proves herself there, we'll probably promote her pretty quickly. Antonia Mendez has won re-election with 8 to Aludania's 6, bringing her into her 4th term. Very well. I like to play as the good guys, as in bringing everyone into the flood. Absolutely. Where is our gal? Leaders lag so much. I'm at pause too. There she is. She's at the top. Aleko Lam will be the new governor of Bespin. We just don't have the workers for it. None of our people want to work basic jobs. They're all too well educated. Our whole economy does rely on those, like, you know, unintelligent robots doing all the basic labor. It's kind of ridiculous. We need a new scientist. We'll go with Calm Dimfum. Imperfectionist. And Spark of Genius too. Very intelligent as well. Possibly has a very good future in the government. He proves himself capable. You know what I also haven't done? Discover Elgate Insight. We don't have the tech for that yet, do we? Not yet. Soon. I want to try and get that open today. That's what I'm shooting for here. Term limits. Oh. Now that is interesting. Alrighty. So I don't split the vote. We'll start with a yes or no, and if it is agreed upon, then we'll do a vote on like what the term limit will be. We'll start simple, and then we'll go from there. We'll say that basically Antonia Mendez, although she won re-election, did acknowledge in her campaign and in like public debates on like UNE television and, you know, in debates with her opponent, or yeah, Aludania, that basically reforms are needed and that the fact she is running for her 4th term is reasonable. She would probably like stay out of it, but Parliament would be forced to ask the question, you know, whether term limits should be a thing or not. It hasn't been a question given like how quickly presidents have kind of rotated, right? But she is unique, and going on for her 4th term, which will be 20 years in office, definitely raises that question, right? But at the same time, she would be probably so well liked and loved, her very existence kind of makes a case for not. But people like Evelyn Celine de Bonaparte, who started the War of Those Who Remember and died, and kind of showed what bad leadership can look like, you know, it'd definitely be a complicated issue and discussed very aggressively. Let's buy consumer goods as well. We need more gas refineries too. They're really... need a lot more of those. What about Zimja? We need more gas refining jobs. I'm gonna replace the scientific center. No, that'd be really bad. Roleplay wise, removing the giant science lab on Zimja, the home of the Yesnoni, would probably have some consequences. So we're not gonna do that, much as I'd like to. Gotta remember this is a role-playing game, not a usually the best option. Is it? We will make a genius as well. We've got a real generation of exceptional scientists coming in here, don't we? So many geniuses. A large population base to recruit from has resulted in talent becoming even more talented. Impress Antonia. The question would be, Mendez is an immortal. If we do not present term limits and Mendez continues to run, how long would she continue to be in charge, if not by her own decision? Well, she could choose not to run, right? That is an option. She probably would at some point. More like FDR, she shows us the exception and that sets the precedent. Yeah. What's the vote at right now? It's tied. 7-7. Folks, if you haven't voted, it's a tied vote right now for whether or not we have presidential terms. 7-7. I haven't voted and I'm not going to. I'll tie break though if it comes down to that. Who's immigrating to Zimja? Let's look. Gark. Gark slavers. Wow, it tied 7-7. Oh. Oh. I gotta break the tie here. I'm gonna say no. We're not gonna put in place term limits. It's something that can be readdressed in the future and voted on, of course, but for now, no. I think, given the clear competency of Antonia Mendez and the fact that, you know, she may retire in the future, there's no reason for us to get rid of a good thing right now. They are slave refugees, yeah. Yeah. They are Gark seeking a better life. Quid pro quo. Careful worded rhetoric will make it clear that our support comes at a cost. Those who help us, and one day we will collect. So where's our... We've been playing 11 years. Where's our special paragon at? Long live unitary democracy. Zimja's martial law? You are right. It's a major overlook there. Let's see if I did that on any other planets. We don't have crime too, so we can stop that. Yeah, I never changed a lot of these because we did it when they were like problems with the colonies, and I don't get rid of them. Go through all of them real quick here. That we do need. That we do need. I'm gonna click that in a moment. I've actually never not looked at that. Oh, deep exploration. Let's do that. And build a giant sports stadium on our prison world. All right, we're good. I'm gonna get a save in case this crashes the game because I haven't tried it yet, but let's contact the Galactic University. Leader name redeemed. It didn't pop up for me. Person. Didn't show up for me. Okay, let's contact it and see what happens. Good day to you. Good day to you, President. I am Chancellor Howard of the Galactic University. Our graduates are the finest in the galaxy due to a rigorous curriculum developed over hundreds of years and a full suite of advanced simulations for academic portfolio and sandboxing scenarios. Once our students pass their studies, they then graduate from our prestigious university. I would be happy to introduce you to a graduate with a skill set that you require. Ooh, my. We need more good officials, don't we? So I'm thinking probably public studies and bureaucracy. We have good commanders, we have good scientists, but we lack really good officials, so let's take a look at what we got. The College of Public Studies and Bureaucracy have for generations provided the most adept public servants. They have gone on to create the prosperous life we now find ourselves in. Our graduates have undertaken rigorous simulations of social unrest and been responsible for the development of multiple simulated systems. So they're paradox, they're like Vic 3 gamers, that's what I'm hearing. We offer to you only the most proficient amongst them. We're too poor. We need 5,000 credits. Hold on. Let me break the economy so we have the money to hire this young lad. Agrarian, architectural, unifier. I would be very good on Earth. Environmental engineer, intellectual, righteous. What do y'all think? What do we need right now? I also really need to go to the bathroom, so I'm gonna take a break. While I go to the bathroom really quickly, take a moment to think about what kind of public studies or bureaucrat we want from the Galactic College. Agrarian, architectural, army, veteran, unifier, environmental engineer, intellectual, retired fleet officer, righteous. Those are our options. I'll be back in a moment. I'm back. Agricultural. Alrighty. Agrarian upbringing. Oh, it's a human. Governor Annie Twitty. Congratulations, Anna Twitty is one of our finest graduates. She is currently in transit and will be available when your leader pulls shortly. Thank you for using our university to fulfill your needs. I would be happy to facilitate you again. Kind regards, Chancellor Howard of the Galactic University. And yes, it is a mod. It's called Galactic University, if you want to grab it. I haven't messed around with it, but I did add it. You will recruit her. Oh no, we don't need more. We're good. They are expensive though, I will say that. Security contractors is being voted on right now. In the interest of galactic security, we should invest resources in independent security agencies. These highly trained and non-political professionals, mercenaries, will help organize defense for the members of the galactic community. I don't see that helping anyone, so we're gonna oppose it. And we're getting outvoted yet again. Yeah, man, things are not going the way we want in the galactic community right now. That's unfortunate. Yikes. Okay. We'll send her to one of our new worlds we were going to turn into an agricultural world. Which one was that? Demeter. The person we just hired, we will make the governor of Demeter. Where is she? Anna Twitty. Perfect. Agrarian interest for our agrarian planet. We're going to make that become just the breadbasket of UNE space. A lot of people are moving there. Let's see if we can help with that. University. We will launch an anti-crime campaign and we'll distribute treatments. Cool. Nope, we don't have the Paragon yet. He's coming any year now. He'll be here pretty soon, I think. The military governor to John Torres. Let me check. Let me go check my Twitch log. You did. The military governor to John Torres. Aleko is feminine. You sure you want them to be called John? I mean, I can, but keep in mind this is most likely a woman, yeah, female. Yes, all right. Her name will be John. I guess her father really wanted a son. Alrighty. We really need more exotic gases. Holy shit. Build another city district on Zemjin. We're going to build a gas refinery there. I'd really like more leaders for governors here. But we're kind of burning a lot of unity on that. No, we're getting a lot. Jesus Christ, we're getting a lot. Never mind. What am I talking about? We can go over on governors. All right, I want a governor on Zimja right now. It's one of our key worlds due to the gas there. Take a moment here. And I want a Yesnoni, I would say. We are not getting more recruitable leaders, are we? Only external. It's freaking weird. Bear with me. They made Stellaris woke. But I hate to break it to you, but I'm pretty woke myself. Why can't we get more within our own empire? Is there like a max or something? Okay. We might have to recruit from somewhere else then. And Arcitrex would make sense given, like, they're also rock-based. It'd be a little bit of a rocky choice, though. Unifier and righteous. I want more of an industrialist, though, because I mean, this is like a very prosperous economic world with all the gas production. Like Aussie Rocks back in the day. Remember that legend, that governor, before he just like immediately died after becoming president before that battle? You're being sarcastic. Gotcha. All good then. Yeah, like miner or something like that. I know there is one for gas refineries. I don't want to abuse just refreshing leaders, so we'll go for Claws of Green, who is an entrepreneur level 2. Claws of Green will be the governor's image, and the first Yesnoni to be governor there. Besides, I think we had a human originally for a little bit. If I remember correctly. Terra Nova has a governor, Earth has a governor. Hades has a governor. All our important worlds do. Nyland has Antonia. Yeah. All the really important ones have people. New Alexandria probably deserves one. It's pretty populated at this point. Who's not doing anything? Who is that? The leader page, so laggy. Jesus. Well, Nuknokshin, no. He is about to invade a planet, so he has other things to be dealing with. New Alexandria is an agricultural world, but we're not going to keep it as that. It'll be probably end up being an industrial energy world, so just architectural interest maybe or something like that. Oh my god, my computer's just stroking. We'll hire an AVR. We'll go with Plume of Ebony. We'll go for that. Beautiful. Who's a commander? Probably one of the refugees who's come from the AVR's war with the Aurelians. How is that war going? AVR have a huge fleet now. 26,000 going on 30. I'm gonna do it. No regrets. Not a single regret. I mean, I literally said stick to my head. Okay, if that's even used in serious situations anymore. It's always hard to tell sarcasm on online chat. You're all good, dude. Don't worry about it. We got him. Hold on. We need a good song. Actually, this is a pretty good song. Get my music up. Exekides growing up. Always a remarkable, precarious child, Exekides' 10th year marks the beginning of more advanced studies. Until now, our focus has been on encouraging his boundless curiosity and providing him with all the tools necessary to pursue his interests. In the coming years, he'll be tutored by the best minds we have to offer. His potential to become a leader in our sciences more than justifies the investment. The question is, upon what foundation will his education proceed? Flash poll, ladies and gentlemen. You are all members of the, I suppose, the council and then the scientific council. Given he's so special, like the whole empire's probably leadership-wise taking an interest in him. Push him to embrace the unknown, which will be xenophile. Remind him that strength is power will make him militaristic. Foster respect for equality will make him very egalitarian, or guide his faith. This will I think decide what kind of leader he is, or no, this will give him his ethics. Yeah. All right, I can't unpause, so this will be a quick 1-minute poll. You'll have to vote very quickly here, folks. Our young protege, a great talent. a once in multiple generation talent that we found in a Superman style escape pod on Earth, literally. Egalitarian 6, Militarist 4, Xenophile 0, and Spiritualist 1. Reveal the population. I want to click off this because I don't want to bug this event out, so I'll wait for a second here. I did that to a Paragon event before and I don't want to do it again. Alright, Egalitarian. Foster respect for equality. Edie Scion of Vagros. Alrighty. I think we get him as a leader at 15 if I remember correctly, because I looked this up after last session. I was curious. Do you mean population of like planets or the whole empire themselves, like the demographics? 4 Boki, control of Depriadio. 3 Eclidians, those are the slaves that we bought. They've made very good warriors. They're not slaves, obviously, but they're very tough. Humans, Human Clerus, and Human Mutatus, which has the Bane of Architects. Most of our people got that. That was when we like had that Shroud event really early. Shadians have embraced psionics as well. A lot of the galaxy has. Speaking of which, I'm just gonna keep forgetting to use this. We have a lot of... Let's see. Reduce corruption. Where's the corruption metric? I wonder if that's our corruption right there. It's pretty high if it is. Look at summer. Oh, you know why we begin in Curse of the Shroud? Someone's been using their psionic power to hit us with that, I think. You can do it to other empires. We've gotten that twice, which means alien empires are doing that to us. God damn it. Fucking dicks. Yeah, that's why there's all these fucking shroud entities. It's because all the psionic species of the galaxy are using that to fuck with other people. Look at that. And we don't know who's doing it either. That is bullshit. Let's just keep awakening more of our leaders. Nazneen Sultana Sheikh has been confirmed as a psionic. Bonuk Naqshin, our commander of our Marines and Armed Forces, is also psionic. Beautiful. Wonderful. That. That's pretty good. We'll go for that. Let's see if we can do any of her ruler campaigns. We can do one. All leaders gain 8 experience every month. That's crazy. We need better rulers too. We actually haven't had a lot of really competent leaders. That's been a bit of an issue. I mean, we're not like the most short-lived species, but obviously humans don't live that long compared to like robots and stuff. So that'd be pretty good to do. Yeah, we'll do flyer education. XP for all of our leaders. We'll hire a group of individuals from the Galactic University to come and start teaching our leaders and do some retraining and give us advice and support for making them more competent and not get complacent. All right, we knocked out their fleet. Let's keep going. We'll send in our Marines now as well under our now psionic commander, Bonduk Nokshin. And we have those psionic forces too. Let's get them to meet up. They won't get there in time, but we'll send them anyway. Realm of the Marl Shoal. It's not his realm. He's imprisoned there, remember, Salmon. It's the realm of all the old gods of the universe. Marl Shoal was the evil one who was imprisoned somewhere inside of it. Like, the Shroud in, like, Stellaris lore is not innately a bad or evil thing, but there are bad and evil things within it, right? It's got good and bad in it. Can we get any more systems that are not claimed yet around us? Not without going to war. There's these ones down here that I want us to grab, but we have to knock out that corrupted avatar first. So, kind of waiting. The Gavazul are going to take all of these, probably, because we can't get around to that, which is unfortunate. We could divert our entire fleet to go knock out the corrupted avatar, but we're fighting, like, you know, a war with the purifiers. And I think that'd be pretty unpopular if we try to go that route. Very unpopular. Adaptive shielding. Code breaking. Yeah. The genius loci have gone with cybernetic implants. Yeah, they're genetic modifiers, so that kind of makes sense going that route. HE477 looks empty. Where are you looking? Why did I restrict this system? I restrict the system and I don't remember why. I think there was a fleet in here and it's probably gone now. So we'll make it unrestricted and then set a signed ship in there. I'll make a signed ship for that. It looks like the Arcitrex might have just cleared it out for us. There's a few other systems or there were around us that we could, like, we had to knock out some people, like, yeah, AW456, miners there, same with these, which we can knock out very easily. It's just all our fleet is currently deployed. The Gilgamesh battleships we could actually deploy here under Sharma. She's way too competent not to be out here, actually. Hold up. I don't know how this happened. There's a lot of Corvettes that I need to figure out here. Liudas are not pickets. Because I reinforced this fleet, so they will be pickets. Torres, Rosen, Peak, Warform, and Nokshin. Alright, I'm going to bring the we'll bring the Warform back to Earth to work more on like the macro level. And then we're going to send Sharma out, deploy her on the main fleet. Then with the Gilgamesh battleships that we have at Seoul, I'm going to put together a small force to start clearing out some of those systems. We'll send Taurus. He's psionic, so why not? Or she's psionic. That name is gonna fuck with me every time I click on her. And then we're gonna get a few more ships. The way we're gonna do that is we're going to get some salvage ships. We get a master scavenger? Whoa. Level 5 scientist, master scavenger. Oh yes, absolutely. Oh man, there's some good deals here I haven't been doing. We need to get some money. One sec. We'll have to sell alloys, I think, here. It's the only thing we're really making really big surpluses of, besides minerals, which are almost worthless right now. Engineering research, yes please. Get them to scavenge some debris, and then we're going to... We're at the end of that soundtrack. Order the army to start landing. One moment. We will get a reclaimed Corvette squadron to support our main ships. Oh, we can't get any more. That's fine. How big are the defenses? We'll knock him out easy. Siri de Den. He is a Salvager 3. Chance to salvage ships when researching debris. What the fuck? Manufacturer, great governor as well. Master scavengers. So we need to get him scavenging everything. That's what I'm hearing here. Jesus Christ, he's so good. That's crazy. Pacifist. Do we have any science ships in the area where we fought all these battles? We do. Sorry, bud. The den, and then let's go research those debris fields. Are we stuck now? No, we're good. And the armies. And then our soul fleets. We'll combine those into a singular fleet, and then we're going to send it to go knock out the mining ships. I know there was an allied fleet that did it. I didn't know which one. Ground combat. Stellaris' most in-depth mechanic. It's pretty simple, isn't it? There was a mod I wanted to add that would make ground combat more interesting and involved, but I couldn't get it to be stable, unfortunately, with the other mods. They did not play nice. Let me find another soundtrack real quick. Stellaris music. What's up, Scythe? How are you doing? Yeah, he is pacifist, so he's just gonna go to the debris fields and scavenge stuff. I'm doing very well. Star's campaign is going great. YouTube, I believe in you. I fully believe in you. Pause it for a minute. Moon base. Ruins of a large base complex of some kind can be found inside a large crater on this moon. It must have been abandoned thousands of years ago. The energy barrier that encompasses the nearby planet appears to originate from a source directly beneath the ancient base. Is that within our territory, though? No, it's not. It's by the Genius Loci. Not our project, I'm afraid. I'm going to leave the torpedo fleet behind to provide firing assistance for our Marines that are about to drop on Shara. They're dropping right now, though. It doesn't look like they have a garrison, or we don't have intel on it. Let's see. There they go. Yeah, no garrison. Oh, Christ. Okay. That's insane. It's a prison station, so they're all fortresses. That's 2,100. Holy fuck. We're going to need to get fire support on that, and then we're going to need to wait until we get those psionic troops to land there. A courier barge has arrived from the League of Scrappers, carrying various blueprints and a small consignment of resources. All were reclaimed from debris salvage. Yeah, we're gonna need to hit that planet. That's gonna be a little rough. We might need to recruit more Marines, actually. Those 80s. We also need to expand Hades. Wow, that's a big garrison. How many renowned people do we have? At the moment, one, the Warframe. The robot we found in that debris field. S875 Warform. That's the only righteous. Only Paragon we have. We have the one who's really young and we're cultivating, but he's not old enough to be a leader yet. We're still educating him. Then we had Demeter, but he retired after getting almost killed by one of those statues on Sanctuary. Actually, let's look at those. I never did look at them. Did we not get them in the end? No, we didn't. Was that because I allowed her to die and we allowed that one statue to kill herself? Did we not get any of those guards? That'd be unfortunate. Because I don't see him here. It's like on Earth or something. They spawn in an invasion. I see. Okay. That makes sense. Makes sense. They're not just walking around. Alright, we're gonna use our torpedo boats to start hitting Aeola's defenses. How far out are our other Marine contingent here? Not too far. That won't give us the force that we need, though, unfortunately. Alright, let's upgrade and repair the... Oh my god, that's expensive to upgrade. Soul Station can't do upgrades though, can it? Because it doesn't have a... I'm gonna turn a trade hub into a shipyard so we can't actually repair ships over Soul. That makes sense to have. I mean, the main manufacturer sector for our fleet is obviously on Canis Station, but having one on Earth would be nice. So would there be humans and other Xenos that are they locked away in the prison? On Cerberus 100%. Or do you mean on this one? If there were any prisoners of war, the Chosen would just kill them. They're purifiers. So this would be like a prison world for like the purifiers, people who they can't have in society. So that's a whole different breed of fucked up. If you can't like get along within a purifying society and you get locked into prison, what kind of creature is that? They're all militia too, just like penal battalions of sociopathic extreme murderers. Yeah, that's gonna be a costly landing. I mean, we have a good commander, but that's gonna be a rough landing. The Dalek Asylum. Maybe one who did not want to kill other species. That also could be true though, like the more reasonable ones who aren't horrible. I think they'd be probably just killed if we're being honest, but maybe. I can't imagine a purifier society being very lenient with those sorts of behaviors. I'm surprised they have a prison world at all, honestly. Maybe they're more civilized than we expected. Very slow. What's Nyland doing? A lot of people. Good, that's what we wanted. And we want scientists too. Scientists and medical workers. This is what's taking up exotic gases, by the way, so we need to produce more of those. Sanctuary will build. Can we build a, what's it called? Ministry of Production. Doesn't that give a bonus? Not metallurgist. It doesn't give a bonus to our gases. We don't have a gene clinic on Zemja? Oh my god. All right, we're gonna build that. I'll build a diversity district, and then we'll build the next exotic gas refinery after. I'm gonna change our crystal mine on New Vegas to be a gas refinery if we can. Yes, we can. We'll build a diversity district there. Sanctuary. Well, these worlds are growing very quickly now. Ooh, wow. Massive city expansion drive here across all worlds. By the way, when was the terraforming of Mars done? It will be done in 10 years. I think it will take probably a total of around 15. Ladies and gentlemen, it's just about time. Luna-based mineral deposits uncovered. The Arcitrex actually sent their fleets to help us. Wow. 75,000 strong too. We're gonna need to build a base around our gate hub on the Singularity because we are about to be able to open the L gates. Gonna make things spicier, ladies and gentlemen. More oil, I mean gas for Zemja. We need more building slots is the thing. Right. We already got so much there. And I'm not going to delete any of these buildings to get it. They all have very good roleplay reason to be there. So I'm not trying to hyper specialize too much. Like technically hollow, like amenity things like the holo theaters, you shouldn't build. They're not like meta worth it, but like obviously we would be building those on planets realistically. I really want to replace that temple too, but we wouldn't because, you know, that'd just be such a big issue for the spiritualists. What's up, Big Twins? How are you going? This is the longest grand campaign I have ever seen. It is now a year and a half, right? And we're 130 years into Stellaris, so. Okay, we will. Do we have any free scientists? Eager Knight is free. We'll send him to explore HE477. And then our fleet here is repaired. Let's go ahead and upgrade the. Oh, it's so expensive though. We'll upgrade it with what? No, we can't. We'd have to go to our other station. No, we can do it in 17 days. I'm gonna upgrade the fleet with the alloys we have, and then we're just gonna send it. We'll do the full upgrades later. We need a lot of alloys because when this war is done with the Chosen, we need to bring back all our fleets and upgrade them, and that will be fucking expensive. So it's good we've got a bit more time before the L cluster. We need it for all the upgrades we have here. It's gonna be like, I want to say 15,000 alloys or something for that upgrade probably. We can look. 4,000. 6,500. So that's only 8,000 alloys. That's less than I thought. We've lost a lot of ships, actually, in this war. Another fucking fleet. Are you kidding me? Boy, we are coming for that ass. It's gonna be tough to take these planets too. We need a lot more Marines. I think we can liberate other planets in the system we're currently besieging. I mean, there's one planet here we'll have to take before we get these systems, and then there's one left in AX-407. It's just it has 2,400 army power there, so we have to wait for reinforcements before we hit it. We got it! Oh my god, we're here. We got it. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, Mega Engineering. We're here. To complete construction projects of truly staggering scales, we must first achieve a fundamental understanding of both the engineering and resource storage required for such megastructures. I'm ready. Who's ready for some megastructures? Aludania. He's working on some amazing stuff right now. Truly, one of the best heads of research we have. Gateway travel, a galactic capital complex for our empire, and megastructure building. Up to your mind right there. In 12 years. You know what? That'll go by quicker than you think. It's fine. All that matters is we get there. Alright, we built an orbital ring around Hades. Can we build like any of our megastructures? We can. Let's build a habitat, central complex somewhere. I'm gonna build that on Cantus, where our shipyards are. We'll build one there. To actually have like a permanent settlement there. What would the ethics be for the Democratic chosen after we defeat them? I mean, there are no Democratic. Are they Democratic? I don't think they are. I think, are we purifying or are they joining our systems? What happens when you take Purifier's planets? Does anyone know? Do they get like basically all killed? Do they kill themselves or do they actually get integrated? Does anyone know? I don't remember. I mean, militarist xenophobes, right? So they'd be filling up our far-right parties if we do integrate them. I mean, we would not like genocide and murder them. I just don't know what the game mechanics will do for it. Impossibly perched on the event horizon of Jagged Delvis is some kind of mining apparatus. Our scientists theorize it may be a matter decompressor. Where the fuck is that? Delvis. That's in our systems. Oh my god, it is. It's in one of the systems we're gonna take. One of the chosen systems has a ruined matter decompressor. We also have, remember, from like when we first started, a ruined science array here as well, which we can actually build after we get mega engineering. All we need is 15,000 alloys only, but you know, that'll be our first big thing we're going to work on once this tech is done. So we really need to start saving up alloys. Can we even hold that many? Yeah, we can. I will do the one upgrade though. Can't we pop in the chosen? No, they're purifiers. You're not able to. It's like all or nothing wars with them. You don't have that option. Like if it's any other ideology, yeah, you can. We can puppet them or demand puppeting and do all that kind of stuff. But for purifiers, they have very limited diplomacy and you have very limited options for wars with them. So what we could do is if we take their planets here, right, is we could release them as like a client state and I think their ideology will change. That I think we can do if we wanted, which we might. Given how radically different they are from us. I'm not sure we really want to integrate them, to be honest. Well, let's see. You say we completely integrate them. That could have a lot of danger though, right? They are purifiers and not all of them would ascribe to that ethos, but a lot would. To the point it would be quite dangerous. That would be very contentious too. I'm happy to throw up a vote for it, but that's Well, pretty big. LifefindsaWay.exe. This world appears to be devoid of life. Aside from a family of grass-like plants, the planet-wide irrigation system is directly supporting these grasses. Also, several dozen robotic-like creatures and tree analogs are present. Who built all this? Why remains a mystery. The gate builders, it seems. I need over 600 alloys as well. Can't wait to build a ring world as well. That'll be cool as hell. Jesus, the Gavazul have huge fleets. Too good to be true. Our initial goal of accessing their databanks wasn't quite a success. But we discovered that these ships belong to two different warring factions, one highly advanced and the other less so. Sadly, not much was able to be gained from their databases. It seems to have been standard procedure to wipe them if the ship became unusable. During our salvage, we did stumble upon another shipwreck. This one is far more complete. Our engineers have proposed to try and repair it with parts from a nearby wreck, perhaps even use it as a template to try and salvage a few more nearby ships that don't look too terribly damaged. Yes. Absolutely. Now, we don't have a ship nearby, though. What do we do? Why is the Gagarin fucked up? What the hell? Oh no, here it is. It's over Draconis. It's that colony we founded over that giant ancient battlefield. It does look so fucking cool though, doesn't it? Ship graveyard. Okay. We'll see where that goes. Hopefully get some unique tech off of it. Build a habitat complex in a massive system of many planets, moons, and asteroids. You'll learn why in just a second. Okay. See how big Cantus is. Yeah, Cantus has like nothing, so probably not the best. That's just the rogue planet that got thrown out of orbit. So you said we need a really big system, right? I want to try and find one semi-isolated though. Maybe like out here in the periphery. Luzia, not very big either. Distoli, not very big either. This is probably the way to do it. Is there a way to see like how big systems are, like in general? Or do you just kind of have to click into them manually? I assume you do. Ralchikel would be really good. Actually not that big, is it? I thought there was a really big system down here. Yeah, AX421. That's a really good one. We'll do it there then. Do I have a construction ship nearby? I do not. So how come? I assume like you can just like expand it based on like how many like pull resources off of like bodies to build it up to be larger or something like that, Johnny? I haven't played around with habitats in probably like a couple DLC, to be honest. My favorite thing I did in like early to mid Stellaris, when it was still in its earlier days, is I'd start as like a habitat empire, but I know they changed it so much. Sheikah's an upgrade. Make her an admiral. I still would like to build something on Cantus there to support the manufacturing. So I guess we'll build 2 habitats. I don't mind. People are not going to Demeter. The thing that sucks about being an egalitarian democracy is not being able to forcefully resettle people. It's so nice when you can do that. Moral issues aside, it's very convenient. Zulkar swarm secured. The Zulkar are swarming insect analogs, unusual both in their large size and the fact that they are lithivores, feeding off rocks and minerals in the ground. One of the shuttles belonging to the NMS Fahrenheit sustained serious damage when it inadvertently passed through a large swarm and several Zulkars began to feed on its hull. The construction of the special containment facilities required to hold these creatures has already begun at the Museum of Exobiology on Earth. We knocked it out. And let's hit their homeworld and knock out that fleet. Yeah, we have enough of that. We need to keep them in check. They will learn our peaceful ways by force. Does that really feel like the vibe of the UNE right now? You expand into major orbitals and minor orbitals. They get various bonus. If you build each one, you can build a major orbitals over planets and stars. Well, you can be a minor orbital in, say, asteroids. I see. Okay. Okay. Interesting. See Africa. There's a few places we can build them. We'll build it around the gas giants. That'd be a good place for it. Our first habitat. Orbitals in the solar system. We can do that too, for sure, yeah. We're focusing on Venus and Mars first, though. I want us to build some more further out stuff. I mean, making Sol into like a just hyper-populated, hyper-industrialized system, I'm all for that, but I want to take my time a little bit. Alright, this should be done. Are the upgrades done on it? They are. Alright, we're gonna knock out that fleet on AW456 so we can colonize it. Then we'll hit the last of those mining droids around so we can grab all the systems that we were meant to. Relays are almost done. I have a UI mod on Purple Stains. I've got a couple of UI mods on, actually. There's like 100 and something mods on right now. Let me see how many I have on. I have 168 mods on. I would like to see what they are. Skip this. You're very welcome. Modpack is pretty stable. The only thing I've heard that has a bit of an issue is hive minds. They can be a little bit buggy, but yeah, it's a pretty solid mod pack. This is gonna be a rough fight. I'm trying to avoid it until we soften them up a bit, but it's just gonna be rough. We have to salvage half a dozen of these colossal ships just to get this one working. It's unbelievable how massive she is. Our engineers aren't sure just how she is able to maintain structural integrity, so it's unlikely we'll even attempt to replicate its design. She will serve us well nonetheless. Is that what I think it is? Oh my god, it's a dreadnought. Ladies and gentlemen, look what we just built out of the ruins of Draconis. We're gonna name it the Draconis. After, the planet. Holy fuck. Holy fucking hell. Look at the size of this thing. It's the automated dreadnought, but we didn't have to fight it. It was already destroyed, and we rebuilt it. We haven't even upgraded it. No, we kind of have. A tight lance. Dark matter thrusters. Inspiring presence. Sapient combat computer. Dark matter reactor. Jesus Christ. Large dark matter deflectors. Draconis has already been colonized. It's already one of our colonies. That's fucking insane. Holy fuck. Can we not redesign it? I guess we're stuck with what it is. Yeah. We can't even redesign it. Damage 5,000 to 10,000. Shields 288,000. No chance of evasion though. Very slow. It's experience too starting out. Holy fuck, we got lucky. That's actually insane. Well, we're gonna send the Draconis, which is now the flagship of the fleet by far, to Cantith. I'm gonna follow Purple Stains, where it will remain. It's kind of like the hub for our fleet. We don't need it in this ongoing war. We'll just send it to Cantith and keep it there. You know what I'm gonna put on it as well, which makes perfect sense? We're gonna integrate it with a warform. We're gonna permanently put the warform onto the Draconis and have it lead the flagship of the Navy. Beautiful. A fitting ship for a fittingly impressive AI Minister of Defense. That's fucking cool as hell, dude. That is so lucky. Alright. Our fleets are hitting the homeworld of the Chosen now. All these planets we are going to have to land on, though, and they have so many of them. We'll start to move quicker now to the periphery because I'm building up hyper gateways. So we'll get there quicker now with our Marines. Let's see, how much will we have? That's 1,000, 1,300, 15, 16. We should probably wait for full reinforcements. When all these armies get together, we will do a landing, but I don't know how well that will go, honestly. It'll probably be a bit rough. The alien civilization of AW-544 has finished construction of its first interplanetary vessel in orbit on their homeworld. For better or worse, these aliens are now ready to join the galactic community. The Terrahovan stellar hierarchy. They are militarist, fanatic materialist, and fanatic elitist. Not the best, but... Senate is voting on building a better tomorrow. Progress cannot be limited by any obstacles that stand before us. Let us share techniques with one another to aid in harnessing and dominating the natural world. That's so extractive, but we're not really ecologists, are we? It's very close. I don't think we'd actually vote for that. We're gonna abstain, which will effectively kill that bill. The fact that the Aurelians are the ones who proposed it doesn't make it much better, does it? Speaking of the Aurelians, how goes the war? The AVR took a real beating with their main fleet here, it looks like, but they are still pushing slowly into Aurelian space. Oh, that's where they are. Nice. The AVR really need to expand. There's all that space that they could be going into, and they're not, which is really weird. They've got 3 colony ships just sitting there, too. Odd. Taxhumania? I imagine scientists will be all over this. Yeah, the Draconis will be studied for generations. upgrade our Capitol building on Novo Sealum. We're about to get more gases, so I will upgrade some of the science laboratories. Plenty of jobs, plenty of housing everywhere else. So we can buy these slaves and free them because we need more workers. We can. Okay. We'll get more Eclenians for Hades. And then we'll send the robots to Zemjan. Beautiful. We should hire armies from across the entire Republic. No, because like the army and like the Marines are based out of Hades. Like, there would be people coming there from all across like UNE space. So like when we're recruiting people from Hades, they're not just like people of Hades. They'd be from all over, but like that's the hub for our army and navy, Marines. So they like go there, they get trained, right? And then they would enter into the ranks. So they're coming from all over in the lore. It's just that like Hades is like where we train everyone because it's a very brutal planet. So I'm sure the armies are saying they're from Hades, but like lore wise and roleplay wise, they're not. They're from all over. We're not just like exclusively recruiting our soldiers from one place, which doesn't tend to go very well. Tends to have consequences. Evergreen Ficomont. Gonna make her, we'll make her a politician. She definitely will be one. So I haven't looked at our planetary barriers in a while. Let's see if there's any worth removing. I think we've gotten rid of most of them, but I want to check. Active volcano, which we can't get rid of yet. Those are just beyond our tech right now. Not a lot of blockers, are there? Depreciated infrastructure we will repair, which will give us more housing. We need more, but that's fine. Draconis we can. Automated gun turrets, what the hell? I mean, Draconis is where like all those ships like fell onto the ground, so they're probably just ship systems that are still active in the ruins. Yeah, let's clear those. That's very dangerous. Impact crater as well. We're good. No real major issues on any of our planets. We've kind of cleared them all. Just insane. It's at that tech point. Administration managing and ensuring the prosperity of an interstellar, I think that's supposed to be interstellar empire, is a hard task, but an effective use of resources and administrative orders, we will ensure a future for ourselves. We'll go for precursor studies. And then I think we can build that on Earth. Yes, we can. A galactic capital complex. And it's just edict funding. Okay. We're turning UNE City into truly just like a actual mega city. Like Tokyo on steroids. All of like New England, all the way down to DC, like Philadelphia, all the way out to probably like, you know, maybe even like Indiana into like Ottawa. Like that whole area is probably just almost a mega city at this point. It'd be like most of like Northeast America at this point would just be like UNE City. It would have just integrated all the other ones around it. It would be staggeringly large, given our population is absurd at this point. Probably, I think we'd be well past 100 billion people at this point. It'd be a lot. Stellaris has never explicitly said like what one pop is, and I think it's supposed to be kind of contingent on like the total number, right? So it's kind of tough to say, but I'd say maybe like 300 billion people at this point, something like that, maybe more. It'd be a lot. The UNE systems would include an exorbitant amount of intelligent life. Wow, they're really giving us a bit of a fight here, aren't they? Holy shit. Our fleet is mildly struggling. I think a big part of that is because it is picket ships in large amounts. We have pirates now. Okay, this is a little worrying, actually. I think we'll be fine. One of our fleets did. I think it knocked back. National agenda. Our victories on the Senate floor should be celebrated. They bring us closer to a better future. Whatever resolution you propose passes, gain 18 months worth of unity. Beyond Z. $100 people. The Boki are murdering them. Oh, the commie dwarfs. Let's look. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, they're just fully occupied right now, essentially, by the Boki. It's brutal. They have a few systems left. Fintog, I think, is the only unoccupied planet right now. The Aviar's fleet got pushed back, by the way, folks. They lost their main fleet, I think. Yeah, they did. Fuck. The Aurelians are gonna win it. I'm gonna give it one last try. See if they'll do it. First contact. What? I think it's bugged. Galactic weight in that tradition seems broken. Yeah, but we haven't been proposing a lot of things. It is very effective, though. Galactic weight is just based on like the competency of your ambassador. We have a tier 4, so he's pretty good. And then it's based primarily off of... We did diplomacy, so we have way more. We've kind of stacked. Like, our diplomats are just really good, which is why we're so influential. But that being said, we're not big enough that we can, like, force votes our way. Like, we failed repeatedly to actually get what we want, so... Like, we're strong diplomatically, but it's not strong enough to be dominant. Arcitrex said no. Oh, well. Not much else we can do for the AVR at this point. Besides a declaration of war, which we wouldn't do. There's no way. It's nebulous. However, Earth with a prosperous unification has 28 pops. Okay. If we assume Earth has 10 billion people, then 2.8 pops are a billion people. However, Neolithic pops have 4 pops. Earth could only sustain 5 million people during the Neolithic era. If we go off the first one, though, which is 2.8 pops are a billion people, let's do some quick math here, folks. You guys are gonna have to suffer through me attempting to do math. 16, 18. I get a calculator up on my phone so I don't embarrass myself trying to count in my head. 4. What is my calculator doing? Hold on. Shroud Avatar banished. Beautiful. Oh, so many. 366 billion people. 366 billion people if we're going by 2.8 pops being a billion people. That's a lot of people. Whew. It's higher than 370, I think. Does it give the total somewhere? My count was higher. That was for the Empire, right? 56 billion? Not if it's 2.8. Oh, 371. I see what you mean. Okay, yeah. That's weird. $132 billion. 132. Not as much as I thought. Still a lot, though. More consumer goods are needed. We really got to get that dealt with at some point. I tried to build more of them, but people are just not working those jobs, unfortunately. We could try another trade deal. What the Gavazul? See if we can do a trade deal with him. Nope, they don't have enough either. No one seems to have consumer goods, do they? Holy fuck. Ironic if they would have a surplus. Of course they do. The goddamn space commies are the ones with a consumer goods surplus. That's hilarious. It's 4-1, so we gotta be careful. I bet you need rare crystals. Yeah, you do. They're not Stalinists? No, they're not. I know. It's still just kind of funny. I'm not even roasting leftist ideology. I just think it's funny. Hold the power of the 2,438th International. Yeah, they'd be pretty high at this point, wouldn't they? We won at the Capitol. The top bar. Won at the Capitol. What do you mean? I think most species don't have enough consumer goods, it's looking like. I mean, there's just so many people now, right? Trying to meet those needs is insane. Oh, look at that beauty. Just want to watch her move. Sexy. The enemy capital? Oh, we took it? Okay. Yeah, we did. Yes, we did. Alright, let's knock out the last of that fleet. We'll take the last of their worlds. We'll end this war. The game is moving very slow now. I will not have to knock out some of those mods for next week. I even run speed 3. No. Hope I didn't just break the game. Gonna go up on speed. Worst case scenario, I'm gonna do some minor genocide to the robots as well because they have so many people. Let's look at that real quick. This just lags the game out immediately when I click the button. Hopefully we don't get a crash. I'm trying to look at the pops on the galaxy. No, there we go. Let's see where the robots are at. Yeah, Mecha's 612. 78 Nexuses 500 and something. A lot of Ultra Cerisians, 450. Boki, fuck tons of them. God, there's so many different permutations now. Locust, 431. Sarkosian, 388. A lot of humans. 300 and something total. Black Star. Savanians, Gibrithians. I may have to whack out some of those machines. Alternatively, we open the L gates and then we solve some of our problems here. We need one more insight. I don't think Gateway Travel will give it to us either. How long until we can do another L gate insight? 6 years, and then we can get the last one if we have enough artifacts. Which we'll have by then. So, 6 years. Unless we get it some other way. Give them some resources for each robot war crimed out of existence. They're doing fine. I will give them buffs if they need it, but they've got plenty. They're just gonna magically disappear overnight. You know, it happens. We're at 5 hours right now. I didn't realize that either. I really wanted to open those L gates today and end this war, but we may not get there. I think next week the game will go a lot quicker after war crimes and mod changes, so we'll move quicker. Because we are starting to move pretty slow here, honestly. I think we're gonna end here for today. I did want to go a bit longer, but I'd rather just like get the game speed up for next week and then continue that way. So we're moving a little bit more quickly, but good game today. A lot of changes. Antonia Mendez continues in her 4th term as one of the greatest presidents in UNE history. The Federation goes stronger. Our influence in the galactic community has grown dramatically, and we are close to finishing off the Chosen, as well as now having one of the largest economies and greatest science institutes in the galaxy. And of course, the Scion will be coming of age next session too, and we'll have our great Paragon. Let's see if there's anyone to raid here. There is literally no one, so I will end right now. All right, folks, I will be back next week, same time, 2 p.m. EST. I'll really try and do it on time next week. I stayed up until like 6 a.m. finishing that terrain video last night, so I was a little exhausted, but we'll get back on track. Hope you have a good weekend. Hope you have a good rest of your week, and I will catch you all very soon.